Father in heaven, we thank you for the blessings that you send us, especially for the blessing of the sacrifice of your Son Jesus for us. Lord, we pray for your guidance for our elected officials today and the decisions that they have to make. To Satan, I would say what our Lord Jesus said, "Get thee behind me, Satan. We don't need you here or want you here with your disruptive qualities." We're all citizens of Marion County, and when we come together as one under your guidance, Lord, we can resolve all issues before us. I offer this prayer in the name of your Son and our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Tina, administrative business.
I have the minutes of April 15th.
Okay, you've all had a chance to review the April 15th minutes. Is there any additions or corrections?
I don't have any.
If not, I'll make a motion to approve the April 15 minutes as written.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we do have a change order.
One?
Yes.
One change order, all right.
Salem Hospital, that's gotta be on my town, 101 Industrial Road.
That's the community.
That's the community, okay.
Okay, we do have some early checks.
Okay, this is for the sheriff's vehicle, Midway Motors, amount of $31,985.
I believe he only have two of them. He brought those in on Friday.
That's because there's two of them.
He's buying two vehicles.
Oh, there's two of them, because they're exactly the same. Two Dodge Durangos. And the other one is
That one for the transfer station is for a semi-truck rental.
Oh,
Apparently
okay,
They
yeah,
have to
our,
rent a truck because ours was. not
our truck was
functioning.
down at the transfer station. It was a rental on the transfer station truck at 2288.25.
And then the other invoice, or the other check is for the county attorney's office. Apparently they had missed some invoices coming in for their regular copier maintenance.
Yes, that's in the amount of $517.88 for, is that on the copier?
Yes.
Copier.
Did anybody hear what was wrong with our traffic semi?
I don't know if there's an invoice in there. I don't know if that tells you anything about parts or labor. I think it was just the rental.
That's just for the rental.
So I
Yeah.
don't, yeah.
Yeah, I just never did hear what was wrong with her.
Which nowadays with a semi, $2,200 would be
Oh.
I guess a minor bill. Of course, that's not the bill, but that's just the rental for a day or two.
Probably $1,200 a week. Yeah, something like that.
I'm sure that truck is getting quite a few miles in age on it, isn't
We bought it new.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's under 300,000. Maybe it's
Oh,
over
okay.
300,000 now.
it? That would be.
Yeah. So,
Okay, I do have 2 salary changes.
Okay, the first one is for Sharon Olmsted, 6-month review, position review and with an additional review to be done at the end of the first year from 3,120 to 3,728. And the other one is Susan Berg, motor vehicle supervisor, 5-year longevity from 28/28/84.
Is Susan Berg the one, Tina, that you had stated something about? Is she the assistant to?
no.
Then she's just, this is just an employee, so this is recommended by Janine.
Recently, we had an inspection. Our workers' comp carrier came out and reviewed our different buildings. they had a few things they wanted to have corrected, which they have all been corrected. And so here's the report. Corrective action has been taken, and we just need to be able to let them know that corrective action has been taken. They require a commissioner to sign off somewhere on this report. They don't give you a line or anything. I can go over the things that they found if that's helpful, or if
It was kind of per department, wasn't it?
yeah, in the weed department, there was, they had a point about the fire extinguishers not being examined every month. And then there was the trouble lights that they had were not the shatterproof type, so those were corrected. At the road and bridge shop, they asked that a weight limit sign be installed. There's one little area with overhead storage over there, and so that has been done. And then the same thing with the fire extinguishers. We have them inspected annually, but they wanted someone to be looking at it monthly to make sure it's charged, and so that has been implemented and is in place. At the courthouse, the only thing that they wanted changed was the ladder. There's a large step ladder in the Register of Deeds vault that is used to get the big books down, and it was an old wooden style. They wanted a new ladder in there with the safety feet on it, so that has been done. At the health department building down by the hospital, there was a problem with some of their emergency exit lighting and needed batteries replaced, and St. Luke took care of that. Since we rent from them, that was theirs. And that is all. So all of those have been corrected. You're welcome to look through all of this. And I just need to state it in the minutes that you all reviewed it, and that, and then I need a commission signature on there.
The old ladder wasn't thrown away, was it? Those are pretty valuable.
I don't think
As
so.
antiques.
Yeah, I don't think so. I find out what the location is at now.
Is it on the last page?
There isn't a place, you're just gonna have to choose a page to sign on. They don't like give you a line.
Oh, okay. So should I do it on the very front or back or somewhere?
Wherever you want.
Sometimes we just initial them somewhere, yeah, just initial them that we've seen them.
Yeah, it's just to show that you've seen it. And
So
that
do I need to initial each page?
Sure, if you want to. You're all welcome to look at it and initial if you want to.
You guys want to look at it?
I would like to actually read it. I'd like to have a copy of it and read it to see all the things, even if.
Didn't we have a report on that? I saw it somewhere.
I think it came to
Was it
you
in
quite a
our-
while ago, and I've had it
It
in the
was
mail
in our
somewhere.
packet once, wasn't it? Or was it? I saw it somewhere.
I think it was just emailed out separately, but I can make you a paper copy, that's not a problem.
You remember seeing it? Randy?
Yeah, I just don't, been a long time.
It's
But
been about
they
4
do
or 5
that.
weeks ago.
Yeah, but they do that every, I don't know if they do it every year or not, but do they come every year? Don't seem like.
I think it's kind of more random.
Yeah. Somebody must have been pretty sharp on fire extinguishers to, you know, something that they want done every month.
Do other commissioners want to look at it?
Let Diane have it. but-
Well, she'll make me a copy.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I'll take it home and read it.
Okay. On the table, I gave you a copy of the 5-year solid waste plan. Bud has provided that. He would like you to look it over the next few weeks, and then it'll be a discussion item on the agenda at some point in the future. that is all I have on administrative.
Okay,
I have a question while we're in administrative,
okay.
if you don't mind. So, and that is on the camera over here. I noticed that we have a staff member obviously manning the camera. And I know last week when we had discussed in the proposals that were brought to us, we had no action on it. And so my question is, we're paying staff, and I think it is inappropriate to pay staff to man the camera till we actually have our plan and what we're going to do. That's costing the taxpayers. And that wasn't the intent. Anyway, that was never proposed in the plan. And so I just think that that's money wasted to have a staff member sit there and man the camera. We don't have a plan in place, and we need to get the plan in place as to what the county's going to do. The person manning my camera over there does not, well, actually that's his camera, doesn't cost the taxpayers a dime. And until the county actually takes it over, I just think we shouldn't be hodgepodging it. Thank you.
Well, I know that several weeks ago, we voted to move that function to the county.
Yes.
And so I believed at the time if we moved it to the county, that the county would also do the filming.
Well, and later you discussed it again and you said to start it, so that's what we're doing. I have tried to do it without an operator, but it's difficult because the problem that I run into is I'm not able to tell if the camera shuts off and nobody can zoom in or out. If the county is actually going to provide that service, and if this is the tool that we have to use, and we're not going to look at any professional type equipment, then I do need to have an operator. I can work that into my staff's duties. It is not costing the taxpayers any extra money. So,
And then I would ask, what is the procedure after the taping? Do you give it immediately to him, or do you take it to your office for a little while and take it down sometimes throughout the day?
we keep a copy of it, so we download it so that we have an official copy, and then we also take it to him to
Can you not
post.
download it after it's put on the website?
Well, we have been doing it before because I've been trying to make sure that we haven't got any missing parts.
And see, that's where another part where I have a problem, because that, it leads, to speculation, something that I have never done, when Yvonne and Jean do it, it leaves this room and goes directly down and gets put on to Jean. It doesn't go to any room where anything is viewed or copied or anything like that. And so therefore I never had even the appearance of impropriety. And we had discussed this once, and you had said, Dr. well, can't Yvonne go ahead and do something? No, she could not, because you have to have a place with the camera to do that. And she left here, took it down to Jean, and the timing would correspond with that. So I do have a problem with that. I just think that that's inappropriate. I think that leaves the county open for all kinds of speculation. I mean, everybody said over the years, and the reason why I even done the camera is because the word around town is that the minutes are sensitized. So by doing a camera, that eliminates that, because you see it as it happens, or you see what happened. I just think we put the county at a tremendous risk by doing that, and I would like the commission to be aware that the courthouses and clerk's offices and stuff are starting, there's one that's already been investigated over in Marion County. I'm
Not
sorry,
in Marion County.
No, it's Mitchell, Marysville, and that is not Mitchell.
That was impropriety
I don't
in the
know what-
clerk's office, though.
Yes, that's what yes, exactly. Thank you.
But that was,
So,
that was financial, the way I understand it.
but impropriety isn't limited to financial.
Well, I'm not saying it isn't, but
Okay. I'm just saying, if the county's gonna take it over, it's gotta be done a little differently.
Well,
It's
if
gotta
we
be
have an
done-
official county copy or an official county recording, we want to make sure that it is complete and it is correct.
yeah, because what was that, a couple weeks ago, we lost the picture or whatever.
Yes.
Well, actually, every week, the week before that, then there was a corrupt part, so we brought down, last week, we brought down my card because it was corrupt. And then the week before, there was pieces missing.
Are you
There
making,
was
are you
one-
making accusations that there's corrupt camera work going on?
That was Tina's words, not mine.
No.
Yes, you sent me out an email.
A correct file.
Yes.
Corrupt
That's
file.
Sorry.
what-
I'm
yeah.
Not a
sure.
corrupt employee.
No,
But you're making it sound like an employee and.
there was, okay, so
We had
there
a-
was a corrupt film, okay, so I had to have mine brought down, okay?
But
So-
we're getting away from that by having an operator there.
We've been having some issues with the cameras shutting off, and then we also had, last time there was, I don't know if it's a problem with the card inside the camera, but there was a corrupt file, because when it records it, it divides it into small pieces. And then what Gene does is he puts it all together into one continuous file. And something was wrong with one of those files, it's corrupt, and we couldn't open it, so.
So I guess I'll just end by simply saying I'm totally opposed with the way that it's being handled, because I think we're spending money that we don't need to. This over here does not cost the county a penny. And until we have the plan, and that's the way the motion was, that the county's gonna take over and she's gonna bring back bids, and we were going to see how we were gonna do it, because Randy even discussed maybe 2 cameras, 3 cameras, whatever. So we never finalized exactly how it was going to be implemented. So I'm just simply saying that the way it is right now, I'm just opposed to the way it's being handled right now. Once we have a clear plan and a clear package and we vote on it, fine. And our vote only gave her permission actually to get the bids and see what the county can do. So that's my view on it.
The vote that I heard and that I asked for clarification on was that the county was to take that over, and we have done that, regardless of how the bids are done.
No, because the county's not gonna let anybody take anything over if the bids are appropriate.
No, I mean, even if you don't go forward with equipment, we have taken over the recording as
Right.
we were directed to do. If you need to add more clarification to the action of the board, or if you want to change it, then let me know. But I am following what the board voted on at this time. And to do that properly, I need an operator, at least at first, until we get used to this equipment, so.
I believe that was the intent of the vote.
Yes, yes. I would be
believe
the
there was
first, I
some
would be the
discussion
first to
earlier, but
question.
that's okay.
I'd be the first to question if I thought that there was any corrupt things going on.
I already beat you to it, so I was the one that questioned the propriety
Well,
of
that's
it.
it, there is no corrupt things going
I
on,
said
so
I-
we'll move ahead as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
Well, we did vote on it, and so
Yeah.
at this point, let's go ahead and move on.
Yeah.
So,
Next item.
What's that from you, Guy?
yeah, Lester, is he here?
Hey Lester, sir, you're up. You're not.
Good morning, Matt. One of you guys want to take the chair down there? Doesn't matter who.
Very good. Guess we should send this sheet around here too.
Would you be able to let us sit over? Are you gonna speak? Are you the speaker or he's the speaker?
He's the speaker.
Okay. I'll sit over there.
Yeah, whoever the main
Your back.
speaker.
Yeah, I'll bet.
All right. Somebody. No, I'm good. I guess I'll sit over here. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Lester.
Well, instead of looking back, y'all never go back. That's okay.
Morning, thank you for seeing us. We want to discuss a few things this morning. We want to discuss the County Wildland Task Force. We want to talk about some training we've done, an actual deployment, and some stuff with radios. So Matt will start, and I will pick up a little bit after he does.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us time on your agenda this morning. Appreciate it. In an effort to make sure all county agencies stay in communication and everything, as promised, we will visit you occasionally and give you an update on the fire service in the county and where we're at with different projects as we proceed. Some good news to start out with for you guys on your Monday morning. In your packet here is a newsletter titled The Line. This is put out by the Kansas Forest Service. As you guys know, the county, under Lester's leadership, has formed a Marion County Wildland Firefighting Task Force. And what it consists of is a unit and personnel from the different departments in the county coming together as one operating and working unit with a task force leader, and the two task force leaders are myself and Lester, to be deployed within the state of Kansas on these active wildland firefighting events that have grown rather large rather quickly in the last several years. So it's a relatively new concept. I believe there's only 7 or 8 in the state. 8? Okay.
Eight listed at this time.
Yeah, 8 listed this time. And we are one of the few volunteer groups that have come together and that can work together within a county to form one of these. It's a very positive thing for our county. Our first event was down by Howard earlier in March, and the Kansas Forest Service invited us down there. We were one of 2 Wildland Task Force invited down there, us in Johnson County. So that kind of shows you the bar that they expect, because we're working with the guys with the big money there in Johnson County. But yeah, we did some mitigation, and Commissioner Novak was there, got a first-hand view of the work we did. It was fairly windy, so we didn't get the exciting big flames that we all hope to deal with, but I led this group down there, and the cohesiveness of the departments in the county and the training that we've been doing really paid off. We were very, very well rated by the Kansas Forest Service, and there were actually national workers there from different parts of the United States that come to this mitigation project down by Howard, and they all rated us very highly. So the first page in your packet is a, like I said, a news article that the Forest Service put out about one of the members of the task force, and then towards the bottom it goes into some of the details about our volunteer task force. And then the second page is the personal rating that we got from powers higher than us, which was very good for a volunteer, very rural county. It's something that we can be very proud of. We, Colorado River Fire and Rescue was there, and during that time also, the Forest Service originally started this mitigation project, I should back up here, to give students from the Hutchinson Fire Academy and Butler County hands-on wildfire work. And so we worked together with them. They got to squirt some water off trucks, and our guys got to learn some of the finer techniques on firefighting in a wildland interface. So, and then Lester will go into our second deployment.
With that under our belt, that provided some training and brought the task force kind of together, the cohesiveness. I want to correct one thing. The formation of the task force was not just me. It was a group of the chiefs within the county. Myself, Matt, Mark Penner from Peabody. We've all had, some input in developing this task force. And the reason being was 2 years ago when we had the fires down at Anderson Creek, when we had the Highlands over at Hutchinson, we were sending people to these, in support of them. But initially it was, there was 2 or 3 departments, right up here trying to send, 2 or 3 different units. So we were stripping areas. So the formation of the task force helped. It's like, okay, we'll take 1 truck from here, 1 truck from here, 1 truck from here. Instead of stripping one area now, we've got enough people going to the task force where we still have mutual aid coverage within their areas while this particular vehicle is gone from a local area. So that was one of the main reasons we helped do this. Plus they're working under one leadership and it works better. You get there, you've worked together in the past, you all go there. What happened recently was last week on the 9th of April, the grassland fire index in the southwest part of the state went to extreme. They pre-positioned, they call it it's a pre-position for preparation in case of a wildfire. They're trying to get ahead of the game with the lessons we've learned. They pre-positioned a truck out there from the Forest Service, some technical support, and they requested a task force. Well, the task force that answered the call was Marion. There was one task force out in western Kansas that did not They were asked, but since they were right in the middle of it, they decided to go ahead and leave their stuff together. So we deployed a task force. We received notification at 17:15 on the evening. By 2 hours and 4 minutes later, we were able to form the task force for a departure time of 08 the following morning. We spent 3 days in Ulysses. We just weren't sitting around once we got there. The guys checked in. We went through standard check-in procedure. We went through, made sure everything was fire ready. We crossed, we met with the forestry people, developed our different plans of attack. The following day was the worst day probably, because we had humidity between 8 and 12% with 35-mile-an-hour winds. So if you kind of compute that, you'll know that if you drop even a cigarette butt, it's off to the races. So we developed a plan of attack of what was going on. Then we went into a training mode. We just weren't sitting around. We made sure all of our equipment was ready. We had some excellent people from the Forest Service that sat down, and we spent most of the day going over different tactics, strategies, the fire line safety, all of this stuff that goes on in wildland fire deals. We were there, like I say, for 3 days. At the end of the third day, on Thursday, it was like, okay, it's winding down, so we were demobbed at noon, and we were back in county at 7 o'clock that evening. Excuse me. The departments that went were Lincolnville, Ramona, Gossel, and Peabody. We each sent a truck. I was the task force leader on that one. Forestry had a truck that was from Manhattan. They went up through Great Bend and Hayes and picked up some people up there, and they met down there. We had we basically made a small task force and put together a strike team for the operations. After it was over, we turned in our time and everything just like we would. We were not paid for that. However, there was funding available, and they paid for all of our fuel going out there while we were there, coming back. They paid for everybody's meals while we were out there, the way out, on the way back, and they also took care of our lodging. Everybody received per diem for that, to cover that. We'll be getting reimbursements. The departments will get reimbursements from the Forest Service for the fuel and also for the per diem. But the unique thing about this that Marion County did is the amount of the cost that was not borne by Kansas Fire Service that they tracked was in approximately $20,784 that was theoretically donated through in-kind service from Marion County to Grant County, Ulysses area, and stuff like that. So it was a very successful mission. The guys learned a lot, and Forestry was very pleased with what we did. And a letter was written about the task force and about the deployment that's in his packet that you have. So I'll turn it back over to Mark unless there are any questions on this.
That letter he has actually is, do you have copies of that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Is that this one? We got a letter.
Oh.
The board actually, or the commission received a letter this week that I was just gonna.
You want to go ahead and mention that real quick?
Yeah, I made copies, so I wasn't sure if you guys knew that. I was
No,
gonna.
No, no, we
That's
didn't.
good.
So, they haven't seen it yet.
There's that. I don't know if it's the same letter.
I'll share
And
this.
one for the press. That letter was written by our task force leader. Once we got out there, I was moved to strike team leader, and the task force leader wrote a report on all of our activities. Yes.
Personally, I think you guys do an awesome job. And you're always there. Whenever we need you, you're always there.
Yeah, so we just wanted to share that with you, that there's positive things happening in the Marion County Fire Service. we're getting rid of this culture of each department's an island by training together, by working together. Not to say that there will be times when we're frustrated and we don't have resources, and we're still volunteers, and the guys put out a lot of their own time. Like the in-kind gift that Lester mentioned, in Grant County, there's approximately 500 square miles covered by one fire district. So they get pretty nervous on those certain days. And so much of that in-kind gift was just our guys' time. And it's not county funds or fire district funds, because like you said, we get reimbursed for all that. But yeah, the morale is very high in the fire service, and we're working together very well. And we appreciate the support of Randy Frank and his role on this task force. He's really stepped up and come through, and we appreciate that, working with him on the subject. Now, also in your packet is a letter which you guys can read later, just outlining some basic concerns that we have on the fire service in regards to procedures and policies. That's nothing we want to address now. It's just something you guys need to be aware of. We just need to keep that on your guys' radar. And the last thing we'd like to mention here too, go ahead.
Letter.
Is this going to be concerned on it?
Mail, right to the back of this.
It'd be in the packet I gave you,
Yeah.
the very last.
Oh, I see, it's on the back of this. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So, yeah, just keep that on your radar if you would, as we go forward. Some of the concerns in that letter. Also, as you guys know, we're still working with funding sources for the radios. We want to make sure that that stays pretty present and pretty forward on your guys' radar for this upcoming year. We're in the process of, a lot of our departments have to look at rebuilding some truck beds, etc. for the upcoming year. And the sooner we can get any information from you guys on what or what is not available for radio funding would be much appreciated. So we can kind of try to create a budget for the upcoming, AKA we got to keep our treasurers happy, that's how it works. So yeah, once again, we would appreciate any contribution towards the radios in the county. We're not asking for pages or anything like that at this time, and we probably won't in the future because we have active 911. I mean, that's what that was there for, yeah, as you guys look at finances, please keep in mind the amounts due on the radios.
Do you know what that amount is yet that you owe this year or still owe?
I don't
Or?
have that spreadsheet.
I have all of that.
Yeah.
I didn't bring it in here, but I can get it. You want to look at that right now?
You can get it to me after the
I
meeting.
think it was
If you can give us that information,
100 and
we can.
It was a little over 100,000, wasn't it?
I think it was somewhere in that neighborhood, somewhere.
And then just pay whatever, the last year you paid what was
Due
gonna
for
pay
the
the
last year, yeah.
administrator.
Yeah.
I have the,
So
I've
that
got
would
it
be the
broken
annual
out
lease
by all the
payment for all the
departments.
departments?
So,
Last year, I could say it was 100, and I think it's what it was, it paid it off, was 100 and, north of 100 somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where.
So we paid the
I'll
whole
just-
amount?
I'll just-
I
No,
don't know.
last year
That
you
was the total.
paid, yeah, that was the total due this year.
Yeah.
Last year
So
you
we only
paid
paid 95.
95,000 is what you gave us last year.
Right.
Which paid off, like I say, Tina broke it down and went through all the departments and took care of all of the fire departments on that, so.
And it's good if us departments have a little bit of skin in the game too, as far as making payment, because, I'm not gonna say that you should cover it 100% because they're all radios, but I would really appreciate consideration from here on out.
Well, I appreciate that too, but again, I have to say, when you're working with fires, that's a public safety, no less important than EMS or any other public safety. And it was an unfunded mandate, and I really feel bad. You guys are struggling enough. So I know we did receive some funding back from the debunked MCC PDC, and so probably have some money there.
And we are continuing to explore radio solutions for the
For the
Nor-
signal,
you wanna-
yeah, Ben has gotten some information from, if you remember our last time we were talking about that, Ben has gotten some information, he hasn't had a chance to present it. It's cheaper than the tower sites. However, he didn't really elaborate to what extent or exactly what the situation is going to be. So as soon as he gets a chance to brief us, we'll probably come in and brief you guys as far as where it's at and what some of the solution ideas may be. We're still having some issues in certain areas, depending where you're at. They don't work. The nice thing was that with these radios, going out on the task force, we were on emergency management channel. We were able to communicate that way. Randy could track our movement all the way out there. We let him know when we got there. If we'd had a problem, we had radio contact back with home county the whole time. Once we got out there, we were assigned a radio channel in the 800 range on the state template we worked off of, and then we switched back to the emergency management channel on the way home. So in aspects when we're out there around towers and stuff like that, going up and down the highway, worked perfect, no problem whatsoever, even, once we got out in the western states. It's just, there's certain areas that they've built the infrastructure up. Now out there, I'm not sure how much was built up, but like I say, we were up and down the highway, so it was working pretty good.
Yeah, and I'll just piggyback on what he said. At mitigation there down by Howard, Wichita got a Homeland Security grant, and so they could patch different radio signals together from different frequencies. And so these 800s worked great down there. And, it kind of shows you how much coverage we don't have in the north part of the county when you can be near Howard, which is kind of in the middle of nowhere, in Chautauqua County. You're closer to Oklahoma than you are anywhere else, and we have better radio reception on these down there than we do in the northern part of our county. And so that was a big surprise to a lot of us. But yet on the other hand, on the positive side, the radios worked very well in that area.
Yes, they did.
And all.
So do you attribute that still to tower problems?
Yeah.
Supposedly they're doing something with the tower here in Albany. We haven't heard what or when. They say it will. I've had radio people tell me that yes, it will fix, improve the signal, and I've had other ones say nope, it's not going to change anything. So, it's going to be a crapshoot basically. We don't know what's going to work.
We'll wait till
So,
we have more
we
information.
have to wait. But like I say, something's going to have to be done because we are having some
Do
issues.
you know which towers they're operating off of up north?
Um,
15 or?
Okay, the way our towers are set up, and let me picture the map here. We work off of all the towers from the counties that touch Marion County. We have access on all of those towers. So on the north end, that would be Dixie County, Chase County, McPherson County. I don't think we touch on Saline. I can't remember if we touch Saline or not on that system. But basically what it is it will jump tower to tower. So we should, in theory, be able to, and that's the reason, like I say, a lot of the people over in Tampa, they've got, they're working off of a Dixon County tower. In Lincolnville, I might catch a Dixon County, I might catch a Chase County, I might catch a Marion County, depending which one is at that time putting out a stronger signal.
What about Morris County?
I have not seen Morris County pop up on and I don't know if they've got any towers over there. I don't have the book in front of me, so I can't remember. But like I say, it's, and the radio systems for people hunting for Marion has improved immensely over what we had, because like I say, Albany's what, 7 miles as the crow flies? So,
Very little problem. Few buildings, but everywhere else is good.
The buildings are still an issue.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
So it's,
Well, I'd like to tell you guys that what you're doing there is a good deal, because when you get to someplace, you at least know how to act. I mean, that's the, if you don't know how to act, well, sometimes you're a sore thumb. My concern is, and I think you've addressed somewhat, but I know a department that's, if it wasn't for the gossip department, sent whole 9 or 10 guys to a burning house, and Peabody sends 2. I've seen 3 houses in the last 2 years, Peabody sends 2. So keep in mind, when you pull people out of our county in small departments, as we all are, that it takes people away. I don't know if that's the excuse for Peabody, I don't have a clue. But it's very disappointing when you're in a fire district that you pay both the fire district tax, then you pay the city tax that has a fire fund in their budget, and you get 2 people to come to a house. Gossel sent 10, it's plus 2 trucks that day. The other one, another county, Florence, sent trucks. So, and I've addressed it with some of the board members to the 4th Fire District, but somebody's gonna have to do some changing down there if we're gonna get some better fire departments down my area. That's just point blank. So, that's the way I feel about it. I personally watch houses with 2 of your local fire departments of the area you're in show up when other departments send more people and more trucks. That's disappointing. So, it's the way it is, but, you know, when you pull somebody out, and you guys said you set a mutual aid up, except even that, we all know what happens in the first 10 minutes of a fire. A lot of times. A lot of time is lost. So, keep the good work up. I mean, you're doing something that, if we are going to have to go that, we may have to have them here. They may have to come back our way too. So, and I know they'd probably come in the hardest. I have no doubt about that. So, especially once they hear that, these guys should go out and go to all over places in the state too. So, thank you.
And I just think the organizational aspect of it is so helpful, because when they had Anderson Creek, I know
That was a mess.
when I was on the board at Durham, we sent the truck down there and they did absolutely nothing for a day.
Yeah.
They didn't know what they were supposed to do. There wasn't.
And this is,
So this,
this is improving a lot
if
of
anything
that.
good maybe came out of some of those fires, is this.
Yeah, exactly. And we're getting rid of the cowboy mentality of firefighting. One lone ranger out there trying to do the whole thing and getting into trouble.
I know how to do it, so just let me go.
Exactly.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I guess I'm lost by his comments because you're volunteer people. What have you done? I mean, I don't understand what the deal is, what he was talking about. I don't know the fires he's referring to, so I have no idea.
I can understand what he's saying because I faced the same thing as a volunteer. I've got a department full of people, but this one, and this one may not be able to get off of work.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and so there's times that you rely on. That's part of the reason that we now have our automatic aid in place within the county, which, it took us several years to get that pushed through. But what it is now if I get a structure fire, automatically when my department is paged out, I will automatically get Marion, I will get Lost Springs, and I've already pre-talked to Mike. Mike knows what he's sending. He's sending me an engine and a tender. Lost Springs is sending me an engine and a tender, and they're sending an engine out to the high school to establish a water supply point at our water over there. And Tampa is sending me a tender. Well, they now have a new engine over there, so they're also including the engine. So along with my personnel and equipment, I'm getting from 3 other departments, which bolsters the manpower. As volunteers, and it's not just here in our county or in our state, it's a nationwide problem.
For sure.
Volunteerism is waning very, very badly.
And that's one of the reasons too why I support the volunteer firemen so heavily, because we need you. We need you, and we need to help, where we can, to at least give you the tools that you need to do your jobs.
And we appreciate that. We appreciate everything that the commission does for us.
So many of our volunteers are working a job 25, 30 miles away.
Yes, and that's a lot of it,
So I don't know
And
that.
to address your point, Randy, I think you have a very valid point there. And I would encourage you to address that with the leadership of that department one-on-one. Because I can't speak to any of that. I can only,
Right.
So,
Well, it's not like it was 36 years ago, even 1976 or so. I mean, we had businesses, and when the fire bell rang, you saw all the business owners usually run out the doors and run to the fire station to grab a truck.
And we had the same thing in Lakeville.
There was a lot more.
A lot more there.
Yes,
yeah. We had the story.
And it's all over our county that way. It's just and we're depleted
Changing
in
culture.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're depleted in Peabody.
Change
We're-
with it.
We don't have that anymore, and I don't know if there's not very many towns that do have it, really. Hillsborough, Marion's, I see Mike still, of course, he's an old timer, he still takes
They're
off in
old
his
time.
truck.
And we're extremely lucky right here.
Yeah.
I've just had probably 6, 7 guys under 30 join the department in the last 2 years.
Yeah, and I'm really, I'm really pleased to see them out of training. There was a training in Durham for, 2 days this weekend, a Friday and Saturday. I mean, hands-on and
Cutting cars up and everything.
classroom, and they had people from out of state, it looked like.
When you're trying to recruit volunteer people and things like that, do you think in any respect at all, when people realize that they're coming into a department or a service or something that is a struggle as far as having support or the tools they need to do the job? I mean, I'm looking at it from my point of view. If I were to volunteer, you know,
There's-
it's especially a dangerous
there's a lot
job,
that
and then
goes
you know
into
that you're
the
gonna be
recruitment.
fighting not only the
Doing that
people you're
there,
trying to
Randy.
save, but
Yeah.
the county who
It's-
needs your service. I mean, I would imagine that'd be a deterrent.
Basically, the way we approach it is, I try to lead our department with a servant leader attitude. That's my goal. We do as much salvage after fire sometimes as we do actual firefighting, just to help out the homeowner or the farmer. In our district, we're very blessed because we have a lot of self-employed individuals. And that's what makes our fire department work. And we actually have a waiting list. And so that allows me to filter through the people that aren't team players, you know, to just say, hey, we're full, you know, etc. The thing that brings down my fire department the most is fighting battles on the county level. I have no problem with, and they have no problem with, not being trained, because you can solve that. You can always get more training, and we will push and push and push. With basic gear, we have the basic gear. I mean, we're not going out there in overalls and burlap sacks, you know. I mean, that's and then it's the political battles or anything from on top that is forced to come down that really kills morale on a volunteer fire department.
I can see that.
That's our biggest battle. Either policies set by other agencies or mandates for spending by other agencies. I mean, you guys probably face it from the state too.
Unfunded mandates are a killer for
Yeah,
us.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. You
put it on
guys
our
sit
back.
here and-
You know, what do we do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. What do you do?
We did that, we've gone through that with the radios.
Yeah, yeah. So,
And what Matt's saying, one of the big things, and I know Lester goes through it too, is if somebody wants to be a fireman, wants to put the wet on the red stuff. So you get the hose and you do that. But then that bell rings at 2 o'clock in the morning. You gotta be the same person at 2 o'clock in the morning you are at 4 o'clock in the afternoon or at 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever. You've gotta be that same person because, oh, I gotta go to work tomorrow, and a lot of them do. I'm not gonna say that. But it's something for a dedicated employee, or a volunteer, not employee, that when that bell rings at 2 o'clock in the morning, that you're up and at 'em and ready to go. And that's a big thing.
And I have one volunteer that works for an agency in the county. He works for a machine shop or for a mechanic shop. The mechanic would love to volunteer for the department, but for certain reasons he can't. So he allows his employee to go basically whenever, leaves him on the clock. Has no issues with that whatsoever.
That's amazing.
So, I mean,
That's
that is what helps a lot of departments.
Yes.
You know, so.
Small businesses are generally more open to that.
Yes, they are.
And the larger employees, which,
You know, and
Even
even
this.
even when I was working at Fort Riley, I mean, they were understanding if I caught something at, you know, at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, that I was gonna be late, you know, as long as I let them know, you know, we were usually good to go. So, and most of the employers that I've had to deal with have been that way.
You just talk to them, something.
That's a lot of it right there, that's a lot of it.
Communication helps a lot.
Don't beat it too much. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
wait till the big things happen
Yeah,
when
right.
you're needed.
Okay. So,
and when we have new recruits come on, I tell them right up front, I say 70% practice attendance minimum, and usually under 90, they get a talking to. And I want a 5-year commitment, because with the training amount nowadays,
training, the
just to get
equipment
them
and
up to
everything,
speed,
yes.
it's a
takes a
minimum
couple of
5
years to get
At
up to
least,
speed.
at least, so.
So yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Appreciate it.
Lester had said something that he needed signed to be able to apply for some funding.
Yes, I think you all have that
Do
in
you
your
have
packet.
any more copies?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, you all have to get that.
Can you write down your email address? Okay.
Oh,
Thanks.
if I can get it back.
Okay,
If you can maybe have her make a copy of it, like I say, I didn't bring enough
okay,
copies.
okay, I'll do that.
Well, can you guys work that out? If not, give me your email. Okay.
I'll look it up probably.
Yeah.
That's all right, if I can just have one of the commissioners let me have their packet, then I can copy it.
Basically what that is
Tina, you making coffee?
I'm not a 501c3, even though the department's not for profit. We have to have a letter basically explaining, yes, that he is allowed to do this, even though he's not a 501c3. So, we're trying to be a 501c3.
Anything we can do to help.
I appreciate that.
And for
Also-
radios,
There's some money out there if you can just.
Yeah, we got just the other day, we got a $250 community grant, I mean, that's nothing, it's not a lot, but it goes. It
But see,
really
that's
does help.
the thing, if you don't put in for the grants, the answer's automatically no.
And the amount that we still owe, that we're gonna be billing out to departments, and this includes, police and fire both, is $128,980 for this year. The lease purchase total is just under $400,000, and we've paid half of it. It's a 2-year lease purchase, so.
so that included the police also, so that it wasn't just what these.
Right, I'll send all that information out to you so that you have it to review.
It's the one we had last year.
Thank you for keeping track of that, team.
Yes.
That spreadsheet is valuable.
Yeah, no problem.
Any questions or anything? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Is Dan Bernhardt here? Dan Bernhardt here?
Yeah. Okay, no, I see. And then you can take it.
But Tina,
I'm getting copies.
Come on in, Dan.
cameras.
Have a chair down here at the end.
At the end?
Yes. No, right here, the black chair.
Oh, the black chair?
This is the hot chair, Dan.
You're the speaker.
Well, actually, you're good, this man right here will be our,
Okay.
I signed this up.
Oh, okay.
Myron, go ahead and have a chair. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Guess first of all, introductions. I'm Myron Revere, outgoing president of the Marion County Fair Association. Dan Bernhardt, the project we're talking about, he's kind of he's been spearheading it, getting contractor bids, etc. And Brandy Barney is our president of the Marion County Fair Association. I guess last time we were here for a project, it involved our food building kitchen, as well as our announcer stand was previous to that, where we had most of our funding, most of our labor, and we came to ask for some help for some of these major projects, and the results, I think, if you've been on the fairgrounds, are pretty awesome. I like the facilities that we have, they're more functional, and it helps out a bunch. Since the last major project, we've basically moved our office, which used to be in people's houses, onto the fairgrounds and created a nice office facility. We've also painted arena fence and done numerous other larger projects using Fair Board labor. We've got a couple projects to work on now in addition to what we're going to be talking about here. Our commercial building bathrooms are in need of attention, and we've got some metal siding that we're looking at the Fair Board work as far as wainscoting the bottom pieces of the siding on the buildings, and there's some pictures in your handout there. A major project we're looking at is some building addition onto our pavilion, and Brandy will present on that.
So what you have in front of you is just kind of a breakdown of the financials that we're proposing for you guys. The total bid to complete the project is $16,653.22. We have a commitment of funds from Ricky Roberts on the Extension Office for $5,500. And then we also have some memorial funds. I apologize, what was Kim's dad's first name, do you know? Don Butte. It'd be Kim Harms's father. From after his passing, they had some memorial funds that they put in our hands to kind of use as we saw fit. And after talking to her and her family, they feel like this would be a good point to use those, because the livestock, in general, the livestock area is something he was passionate about. So we're still short the $9,353.22 that you see in front of you. And then we have a building fund that we've set aside from anything that we take in as far as income off of the fair itself in July. We have gymnastics that are being held through the city of Hillsborough in the commercial, or in the 4-H building, throughout the year outside of the week of the fair. And so all the profit off of that goes into this fund, to just have it set aside so we have those additional funds when we need them for improvements to the grounds and the buildings. We're sitting just shy of 4,000 in those funds right now. It is increasing steadily by roughly about $400 to $450 a month. And so right now we're requesting about 6,000 from the commissioners if you guys see fit. If you guys would put forth that 6,000, that would leave us as the fair board $3,353.22 difference to kind of make up for that. So that's using most of our funds, but it's leaving us a little bit of something for some things as needed. And then you'll see the next page is just a copy of the quote that we have from the contractor we voted as a board to go with, being Nick Hine. And then the third page is just a schematic of what Dan and Myron and Nick have put together as far as what we're going to be doing to the ground, or to the pavilion, to add on these awnings. Right now, if you will look on the next page, you can see that the bleachers, or the spectators for all the shows and all the events that take place in that pavilion, they are actually on the outside, subject to the weather, depending on what Kansas is wanting to throw at us that day. So that's what our project is to cover those so the spectators are not outside. That way if there is inclement weather, we're not trying to crowd into the small area available inside. And then the rest of the pages are just to kind of show you what we have coming up that we will need to be putting some of our funds towards. You can see these are some of the buildings on the fairgrounds. We've got some damage from them being hit. They're starting to rust out at the bottom just from weather and time. And then also the last page shows the bleachers around the rodeo arena that are starting to work. We'll replace boards on those every year. They're not movable if we were ever to move them. It would pretty much be impossible because they're getting to the point that if we did, the rust would get way on the bottom and they would break. So that's our proposal that we have for you guys. Do you guys have any questions in regards to that?
Do we budget anything annually for fairs?
Yes.
What does that amount to?
And I can get that. Let me grab that for you.
So I do have a question on the fair part of it. I spoke to somebody a couple months back, I think, about, we have,
The rodeo arena?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we have quite a few people in our county that ride horses and things like that, and currently they have to go to Newton or someplace like that to use their arena because ours is never available or in a condition to where it's suitable for horses. And so what I'm wondering there is, what can we do, or is there a willingness to maybe try to accommodate this group? Because it's a rather large group, I mean.
And we have discussed it, and we have came to the conclusion that if someone came to us and was interested in it, we would work something out with them, kind of on a basis by basis, but we haven't, I mean, I know.
Nobody's contacted us.
Yeah, nobody specifically. You've asked, but we've never had said individuals contact us specifically in regards to using those.
So you don't have any type of fee structure that you would use to
We have not.
accommodate those people?
We have not set one up just because it's never became.
Just
a
off the top of your
subject.
head, what would you think you could do to accommodate? I wouldn't hold you 100% to it, but.
Biggest thing is the liability insurance that we talked about as a fair board. You know, right now we've got insurance that covers us during the fair week, and then some specific events or like livestock sales, shows and so forth, and then every other thing that we do, say the auctions and so forth, they provide us with a certificate of insurance. And if they can do that, you know, it would be just a discussion as far as to
It'd be a
provide
nightly
service
rental
to the
fee.
counties.
Yeah.
So, would it need to be actually have them provide insurance, or could they sign a release of
Waiver?
liability, a waiver? Because in your racetracks and many other things, that's what they do.
But even the racetrack, if you're signing that waiver, the people you're signing the waiver for, they've got insurance to cover themselves. So on a time when you've got somebody in the arena, there probably wouldn't be coverage for the fair board, you know, for that particular event or.
The waiver though would be so that they wouldn't sue you
Right.
for their injuries, right?
Right.
Right. So that's a
Is
little
there
bit
anything
different.
left to do with the mixing of the auto demos and the dirt? At one time, wasn't that a
There was-
problem between the horses and some of the materials and things? Is that issue gone?
I wouldn't say gone, but we spend a lot more time in the arena before we cover it back up,
Okay.
pulling out all the metal and everything you find.
We work it numerous times in the weeks up to the event. And so that every time you work that out, obviously we'll pull stuff to the surface, and then periodically, we have a friend of the fair board, so to speak, that actually has a great big magnet, that we've used periodically to pull behind a pickup truck and use that to pull things
And that
out
would
of
help
there.
for the metal, but maybe not the glass.
Yeah.
You're right.
Ken, to answer your question, the funding that we provide annually on the allocation is $16,700, and that's been for the past many years.
And that's basically for operation or? Yeah, I mean, I think, looking at our financial reports, just off the top of my head, I think the 4-H side of like the premiums, the judges, ribbons, trophies, et cetera, is somewhere around the 8,000-9,000 range. So, you know, a lot of that's used there.
When we did the kitchen, that's been 4 years ago, 3 years ago?
4.
3 or 4? No, it's been a while.
Kelly, looked back the email we have with Kelly was 15, I think, so it's been 4 years. yeah.
4 years.
Yeah. So we haven't had any major stuff that, since then, but done a lot of minor stuff.
Discussion amongst the commission. We just actually come up with 9,000. You think we could ask them to spend the other 3 on maybe the horse arena or something like that? See if they had this 3,800 down here that they was.
We're asking for 6.
Yeah, but if we come up with 9.
That's an additional 6.
Yeah, yes, correct, yes. I'm saying come up with an additional 9.
So you're saying that we should go with
I mean,
an
what I'm
additional
saying
9.
is, these people don't come in very often. They don't ask very much very often, and they usually have all donated labor. It's all that, you know, we upped it to 16,000. I think it was down to 13 or 14 before that. We upped it quite a few years ago. But they don't ask for much. I mean, every once in a while they come in for like this. This is a project, they're gonna improve the grounds and safety and things, so.
Well, I think that the problem they're wanting to make sure on that horse arena idea though is you know, the liability part. So
Yeah.
that might be something that you could ask Brad about too.
Yeah, we need to find that out first, I guess.
Especially when you're looking at bleachers like that and they fill up and
Yeah,
you could have a major mishap
yeah.
if something crashed. So. Yeah, as far as replacement of bleachers, Brandy got a quote on a section.
I don't have my phone, so I don't have it in front of me. I left it in the car, but just for a section of bleachers, a very rough quote, we're looking about $35,000 for new aluminum bleachers.
That's those ones on the west side.
Yep, the
Southwest corner.
southwest corner.
Yeah.
So you just be replacing lumber. Some, that's what we've been doing.
Yep,
We've done.
we've been replacing the benches.
The picture she showed kind of showed the metal framework on the bleachers, and that's getting deeper into the structure of the bleacher. It gets kind of concerning. You know, the wood, you can fix
Yeah.
that, but the piping, that's pretty major. Well, what's the consensus of the commission?
I'd just like to find 9,000, probably either from general fund or out of sales tax, one of the two.
I'd like to at least table it for a week, because I want to make some phone calls and find some stuff out to see, I mean, what would be needed for the horses or
And-
things like that, what even would be necessary, and then some legal
This is a
things.
project you plan on having completed by
And
the fair.
That was what not that we want to say no to any
Right.
help, anything is beneficial, but in order for us to have this project specifically completed, we have to let our
Start.
contractor know this week. We've been putting things together and working on things to come to you guys, and have our ducks in a row, but unfortunately, Nick's starting to get busy, and he told us that if we need it, if we're gonna be able to do it by the fair this year,
That's
we
what I
have to
was
let him
thinking,
know
you're
this
already
year.
up against a time constraint.
Well, we could approve the 6,000 even right now, and then the other 3,000 later, if that's what you want to do. If you've got a group that's concerned and want to, I think that's where the fairgrounds, any other county you see, the horses come to the fairgrounds quite often and use it. So I have no problem with what you're suggesting, Diane, if you find out more information, stuff like that. See.
I mean, I talked to them a long time ago,
Yeah.
but.
Plus, if they're an organized group,
Yes,
they may have
yes.
liability
Yeah.
insurance.
That'd be simple, yeah.
Because I know they use Canton all the time over there.
You'll have to have an umbrella, additionally insured umbrella for the county.
Yeah.
The other thing, I think one of the fairgrounds, they'll use that same group to help maintain the rodeo, being that for use of it, and it's for certain a viable option.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because last summer, I don't know how many hours we put into painting the fence, and it was basically a Band-Aid. It wasn't a sandblast prime paint, it was let's put some white paint on it because it's looking pretty rough, And I bet we spent 4 weekends, half dozen people out there all day long.
Well, we're blessed we have volunteers, because otherwise it wouldn't happen, so. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve the 6,000. And if we can take that can we take that out of sales tax? Out of sales tax, the amount requested at this time. I guess if you run into a problem down the road, come back and see us, but we need to let them get started. So that's my motion.
Second.
Moved in motion to approve the $6,000 additional funding that has been requested. All those in favor?
Before we do that, I want to make sure then that you're going to be able to rethink this again when we bring information back in a week or so for additional money for horses.
Yeah. That's, if you come back and Fair Board and them group gets together and comes up with a good plan where they both work together, well, that's just.
And you probably maybe know the groups that have requested, or has there been any?
I don't know.
We haven't had any contact.
Haven't talked to anybody.
No, my last conversation
Days
was
for the barrel racers.
with Diane.
The organization, the national organization.
But anyway, I do know
To let them know.
John
that you have them
Christensen's part of
and
that
that they
group
could rent it.
that's always over at Canton. He would be a good contact.
And like
Him or
PRA and
Trevor
CRA
Pre.
and the Rodeo Association.
Right, no, those are
And
definitely
I'll
good ideas.
talk to the people that I know and then see what they ask. I don't know that they're an actual organized group. I know they're just people who like.
You said it was a small group north of Hillsborough or something.
Yeah, that was the one that I was calling at the time.
Okay.
Yes, and I don't know how.
Still haven't
much
taken a
for-
vote.
I
What's
don't
that?
know how
You still
much-
haven't voted.
Yeah, we're in
Yes.
discussion.
Okay, that's.
Okay, we've got a
So,
motion and a second on the table for the 6,000. All those in favor?
so
Aye.
shut up then. Aye. Shut up, Diane.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Hopefully something else works out with this group that Diane's talking about, where they can use the arena and work out with you for maybe just volunteer help, just like you said, paint
Yeah,
fence and things like that. That's cool.
Mark.
Give it a look.
And that way, in case we have to milk some goats again with the spectators, at least
You can do it. I'll watch.
We're gonna have to push that one.
Oh, damn.
well, we got 5 commissioners maybe here at the time next year's fair coming around, so, so
We have a whole rodeo.
you never know.
Today we're gonna have
Yeah.
How are you today? How are you?
All right.
Okay. Is
Person.
I know.
Deidre with us?
We next use, or what you build?
What are we building?
Who drinking?
Yeah, we're just putting,
And then
okay, so right now, our bleachers sit out on the outside the building.
They're not.
That's what I came up with to put in.
And thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Dan,
Thank you
good
for
luck.
Yep.
They've actually drew these up a couple of years ago, we just haven't. So hopefully it'll help
Did,
out.
Thank you.
did,
Brent?
Sean Edwards give you a bid?
No,
Come on in, Deidre.
we had, they had him and then I think, James. Another gentleman from around the world.
If you folks have any further discussion, can you move out to the hall, please? Go ahead, Deidre.
Okay.
You want candy in here?
Yeah, got a little
Give you a little energy here.
Immunizations are a lifesaver. That's quite a quote on lifesavers, isn't it?
Yes, they actually are. I'm gonna go ahead and, if you wanna take one of these,
Okay,
and
pass
then
around.
one of these, and pass it around. Okay, the first page, we are going to, National Infant Immunization Week is actually coming up next week. So we'll probably on Wednesday, that's our immunization clinic, we'll be doing a special that week. The one sheet that was passed around is the immunization schedule. So as you can see on there, the, yes, that one there has like what infants should have. And currently, in the United States, we're seeing a decrease in people immunizing their children. And so we are trying to promote as many people get their shots by age 2 as possible. So we are compiling our statistics to see where we're at in Marion County. We do, Hillsborough and St. Luke both give immunizations. Also to private individuals who are private pay or who have private insurances. At the health department, we do Medicaid, and then also the Blue Cross Blue Shield or those who choose to private pay. But we are the only ones in the county that do Medicaid or state insurance. So we're in the process also of renewing our, it's called VFC program, which is Vaccines for Children. And that means we have vaccine that is provided to us through the state. And that vaccine can only be given for children under 18 who fall in the criteria that they're Medicaid eligible if they have any of the 3 state insurances, or the children that are totally uninsured, don't have any insurance at all, the American Indian or Alaska Native, and then the underinsured. Underinsured means they have insurance, but they're, it does not include vaccines. So with that, we can use state vaccine. In order to give state vaccine though, we have to follow requirements. We have to make sure that our refrigerators have 2 thermometers in them, and those thermometers have to be read twice a day. At the end of the month, we have to download those temperatures, send those into the state. Also, we have to do inventory monitoring monthly. That has to, our state vaccine has to be reconciled with what we actually gave, what we have on hand. And then we have the opportunity, if everything is approved, to order those immunizations. So that it's not something we just get immunizations from the state and go from there. But with those, then we charge just the administration fee. We don't, and we also bill one of the 3 healthcare plans that they have through the state. I did go ahead and give you this page because that shows what the managed care organizations who the state of Kansas has a contract with currently, Aetna, Sunflower, and United Healthcare. Those, that chart will show you what benefits that you have under each of those healthcare plans. Some, as you'll see, will have transportation services provided if people bring individuals to our health department for immunizations. That transportation is paid for. So that can just kind of give you an idea of those. Do you have any questions on that so far?
Yeah.
Okay.
A young mother just has a baby. Who gives her the guidelines to life for all these vaccinations?
They sometimes will get that at the hospital. Because that's when typically they'll get their first immunization when they're born, the hepatitis B. Then their physician will tell them at 2 months they get their first set of shots. And then from that we give them, or the provider, whoever gives their shots, tells them when to return for their next set of shots. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, but isn't there a whole lot of mothers in this family in this county that you never see?
There is quite a few that we actually don't see, and our babies in Marion County are birthed at different counties. Like a great percentage of them go to Harvey County, and then some go to Saline, some to Dickinson, some even to McPherson County. And the first probably indication of immunizations is at the hospital. And then their healthcare providers, providing they go for their regular child checkups, that's who actually gives them kind of the guidelines and tells them the recommended schedule. We are seeing more and more people that are choosing to get vaccines. If you look on this chart, a baby that comes in, a 2-month-old, they get several different immunizations. And so it would probably be, the rotavirus is actually oral, but the others are shots. So we have combination of some of those shots, but they can get 4 shots at one visit, which actually has maybe 7 different antigens or vaccines in them. So we're seeing more and more parents who don't want to give all of those vaccinations at once. There are some health departments who don't give, they either give all or none. We do work with parents, but we do prefer that they get all the scheduled or recommended vaccines at one visit. Otherwise, they're coming back in a week to get the next vaccine, and we feel like that's kind of a missed opportunity if we don't give them all at once. And they aren't protected. Plus, who's to say if we give the DTaP and the Hib, which is the tetanus, diphtheria, and acellular pertussis, and the Hib, and then the rotavirus is going around, and we miss that, they could potentially come down with that one particular disease if we don't immunize them with everything at once on schedule.
What do they do for the one now that used to leave the circle on your arm?
The smallpox?
Smallpox, yeah.
Well, we currently don't get that because smallpox is not going around. Now, the military, I think, still does if they go to other countries. That's, you've probably heard about the measles going around.
Yeah.
So far, knock on wood, we don't have cases in Kansas, but what they're finding is some places where they have don't vaccinate their children, and children go out, like travel to other countries, and that has brought that back in, and then you have a group that doesn't vaccinate their children, and then that's when things spread again. So we do encourage
So
vaccination.
Deidre, do you have an opinion on, 5 doses at one time on a 2-month-old, isn't that rather hard on the child? I mean, I know sometimes in my past, you get those shots, and back then we didn't give 5 at a time.
Well,
The kids
and-
were sicker than a dog for a week.
And what's changed is like, back in the day when we got shots, or when our kids, when my kids got shots, they contained, each vaccine, like the diphtheria vaccine, may have contained more components. And what they're doing is the components that may have caused the reaction, and they didn't do much good, they weren't as useful, they've taken those out. So vaccines are improved all the time. They're doing research, okay, what can we leave out, what do we have to leave in? So they're much more, I'm gonna say, refined than they were back then. So I personally feel very comfortable with the vaccines that are given nowadays, and I would vaccinate, my grandkids, my kids, and I just feel like we have that knowledge, and it's much more refined. We saw the pertussis vaccine, for instance, has come a long way. We saw a lot of reaction, the high-pitched crying with that, the fevers, but now it's an acellular pertussis, so they've refined it such that you don't see those reactions.
Do you recommend the flu shot for young children?
Anybody over 6 months, we strongly recommend that. The thing is that the young and the old are the ones that are affected, and it has more of a harder effect on those people, so we do strongly recommend that. Children under 3 get a smaller dose, and then children, if they're under 8 for the first time and get the flu vaccine, they have to have it repeated in a month for the first year. Now then
What
the
age?
following year, under 8 years old. And then the following year, they would only get one
And the
vaccine.
reason I bring that up is my granddaughter is 4, and they gave her a flu shot.
Uh-huh.
She broke out with these red blotches all over. It was horrible. And so, then they had to go and give her something else, prednisone or
Probably.
something to counter-react, and
Yeah.
and it might have been an isolated case, but I know it was ugly.
Yeah, we, a lot of times the cases of the disease is much worse than a reaction to the immunization. And we do suggest people, if they have a reaction, call us. We have we call it the VAERS system, vaccine adverse effects, that we document everything through the state. And so that goes in, and so they do keep track of those reactions. But if parents don't call us, or call their health care provider, then we don't know about that. And but vaccine safety that's something that is monitored, and it is pretty regulated. So, any other questions on vaccines? I also did want to point out that Erin, our child care surveyor, she actually, if you see on the second page, she has joined a daycare expansion committee. It's a group that meets monthly to improve daycare options in Marion County. Other committee members, it was kind of started in the Hillsborough community, the Hillsborough Community Foundation, and the school district. And there are some businesses that are in that also represented. And they started this group because daycare seems to be a problem, especially in Hillsborough. And many of the businesses had lost good employees just because there's not adequate daycare there. The Hillsborough Community Foundation actually has offered 2 $500 grants to anybody who wants to start a daycare. Erin has been working with Tristan Cope. They did a daycare, like an information night there, and they had 7 people come to that. However, no one's taken up that offer quite yet, because there are a lot of requirements that are involved when you do childcare, and so
It's kind of like
that-
foster care, you get KDHE involved, and there's no common sense at all.
Well-
Regulations are just off the charts.
And a lot of the problem is if something has happened in a childcare facility, then oftentimes it can cause rules, regulations. We all know how that works. So they're simply put in place to provide safety for the child. WIC, Sherry and Lori and Lynette will be attending the annual WIC conference in Manhattan. That's April 29th, 30th, and May 1st. And then Wanda she's the immunization nurse, will be attending the conference June 12th and 13th in Salina. And then on May 3rd, I'm going to be attending a seminar on effective succession planning, and that is paid for by the CDDO, the board that I'm currently on. The objectives for that meeting are going to be to explore the need for both an emergency and long-term succession plan and how they can be the foundation to the long-term planning, explore and understand the plan, pivot, and thrive principles and practices in relationship to these plans, and then understand how to implement and carry forward the plans, and then also apply the tools to make the next step. This was brought up at our board meeting, and a representative suggested that myself and another member go to this meeting. So, any questions or comments?
What is the average cost of a daycare per hour now?
Well, I know it's probably about $3. Is it $35 a day, or?
$35 a day.
Yeah, I think it's at least. And I know a lot of daycares do, if your child is sick, you still pay for that day. And you have to, it's really hard to get infants in daycare, because if you have an infant in care, that kind of counts for maybe 1.5 children. The child's age makes a difference how many you can have in care. And that's why some people don't, like to take infants, because that might mean they have to take one less. But it's anywhere from probably $3 to $5 an hour.
That's horrible,
So,
just horrible.
well,
Young family trying to work,
How could you do it?
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it'd be cheaper in the long run if mom stayed home.
Yeah,
Well-
in most cases it is.
And that's what, we've found. We've lost employees at the health department because they figured out it was cheaper to stay home than to.
And they get better care at home too,
take
most
care.
of the time, since they're not under all those
Yeah.
crazy regulations.
Now, if the patient, if the parent has like Medicaid, they can apply for a scholarship, but the daycare has to accept that there is a little bit of paperwork for the daycare provider to put in to get reimbursed.
Isn't it kind of crazy? It's kind of a vicious circle, you want moms and young families to work, and then they make it hard for them to do it. It's all the system.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's one feeds the other, feeds the other, feeds the other, and it just comes back to the young family is the one that gets
yeah.
the shaft, basically.
And they feel like, a lot of people work for health insurance, and so they have to work and they don't get, by the time they pay health insurance and pay daycare, their take-home pay is
Yeah.
not a lot.
It's a catch-22.
Yeah,
And then the kids are the one that suffer from that in
Yeah.
the long run.
yeah, yeah, that's true. If I know my daughter's having a hard time with.
Thank you. Thank you, Deidre.
Have a good day.
Uh-huh.
Okay, is Christian out here? Or a little bit ahead?
Where are you going? You can't leave yet.
Oh, yes. You have to shut down.
See ya.
They're coming in.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
There.
So you guys don't get us on the back row.
So it's right on down the end.
Oh, sure. Take me just a moment to get set up here and such. Was there a oh, there's a TV. Can I hook onto that TV?
Yeah, you have to tap it.
Do you have HDMI?
I do, if that's what we want to use. Oh, look at that. Got a brand new one here.
Ooh. Now you've got to have.
Oh, I-
Who's got a knife in their
No,
pocket?
yeah, I mean.
Oh, I see,
if
you got
have
it.
an HDMI connection.
Good deal.
You may have to sit up here though.
Yeah.
No, there's, I think I have enough for with me.
Maybe not.
Is this the first time since you got YouTube?
Right.
Okay.
How long was the last time you were here?
So I'm not new to this company, but I'm kind of new to this specific position. So my predecessor would have done it, and it would have been in probably 2016, late.
Yes.
I
October-ish.
would've just missed it, yeah.
I brought a copy of the
Oh, look at that.
original 2013.
Do you-
If you guys would
yes.
like, or do you have a
Yeah.
mini
I
back?
have, I have an adapter for it.
Okay,
Sorry.
I heard, I don't know what we did.
Here's the 2013 contract that we have with them. I don't have the 2016 in my folder, I'm not sure where it is, but anyway, that's the original.
Sure, we probably have a copy.
I bet so.
Well, we've been asked already this morning if that's a medical term.
Which one's that? Pictometry?
Yes.
Pictometry?
Apparently, it's the kind of the contraction of the words picture and geometry.
Could be.
Yeah, maybe. Kind of seems like it makes sense.
Yeah, pull that on over there a little bit.
We got some space. We appreciate it. Sorry, it's taking just a moment. Yeah, I might have to pull it. This, I think I got it. There we go. All right, it's all up and everything now. Okay. Sometimes it's not that easy. Thanks for your help. Let's see. Let's.
Allie, that's everything that's printed.
Okay. I think I'm ready for you guys.
Okay, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Christian, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, my name is Christian Stitz. I live north of Denver, but I represent a company. Our company is out of Rochester, New York, and we kind of have a lot of folks that work in the field and cover certain territories, so that we can, attend meetings like this and such. So we're here to talk about aerial photography. Marion County has flown aerial photography with us for. We came up with maybe 4 or 5 times over the past 10 years or so. We typically do that on 6-year contracts, on long-term contracts, and this year is the last year of the existing contract. next year is also the year that you would be typically due from a chronological standpoint to fly imagery again, okay? So we're here to kind of talk about a new contract, talk about what's already been done, talk about some options, and maybe look at the map and see. We fly some different quality imagery and such, so there's a few options, and we have some folks here that have been using it for a long time. You know, if we have any questions, we can certainly talk about that. But what we do again is this aerial photography, similar like what you see here on the screen. This is what we call an orthophoto. You guys are probably used to seeing this in, you know, on your computers, on your phones, Google Maps, or what have you, when you navigate and all that. So we do fly that kind of imagery. It's more of a professional grade imagery. What you're looking at is a 3-inch GSD image is what we call that, and that stands for ground sample distance. That's how good it is, how high of quality it is. We also fly in more rural areas. We fly a 9-inch image, and that's not quite as good, but it's much more affordable. So what we typically do, and what we have done for Marion County in the past, is flown the 2 towns in 3-inch imagery like what you see here. And then we fly the rest of the county in 9-inch imagery, okay? And that gives us a pretty decent approach from a price standpoint, yet still getting you a usable product. Now, again, this is an ortho photo that we're looking at here on the screen. There's an additional 4 views that are available for any location that allows you to see the any side of any structure. Sorry. All right, so I'm still looking at the same house, and I can zoom in and I can see all the sides, and I can spin it around 360 degrees and see all 4 sides of every structure. So not only the top, but we can see now all 4 sides. And that adds a certain level of usability for a variety of offices, whether it be the appraiser or emergency management or 911, law enforcement, et cetera, as well as planning and zoning, and then folks in the cities and such as well. All find a lot of value in we call this oblique imagery. So essentially you have 5 views. You see straight down, as well as the 4 sides of every location throughout the county, okay? So this is what you guys have had for, what did we say the first year was that we flew? I forget, 05?
Or 2005 is the first picture.
05, yeah, and we've flown 3 or 4 times since then, most recently again being 2017. So a couple things that I did just to give you guys some ideas of what is available and what we're looking at. I've got a handful of different quotes here. These are some different options. One based on what we've done in the past, and then of course we've got 2 that are upgraded pricing to change some of the imagery to a little bit higher grade. And so I'll take a look at those real fast, and we'll show you these. This is quite the eye chart here. What I wanted to show you guys, I am whipping through this really fast, so if you guys have any questions, let me know, but I don't want to take too much of everybody's time. This is a usage report that we have from the imagery. So since the imagery is all online, we have mechanisms to track and report the usage of the imagery. So again, the last flight took place in 2017. It was in mid-February, I believe, is when it was captured, and was delivered probably around mid-March. So I created this report. It was basically over the course of the last 2 years. So it doesn't include all the previous flights, but the most recent flight over the course of 2 years, we have a total user view of that imagery of 35,174 views throughout these different departments and such. So that's actually, it's a pretty good number, especially for a county this size. Like if I'm in like Johnson County or something like that, I see really large numbers, but that's pretty good usage. So there's certainly a number of departments that are using the imagery, and I would assume getting value from it. And I think part of that is to do with the fact that we've had it here for a long time, and everybody's used to it. They know what it is, and they know how to use it and such. So those are our usage reports that are available. Before we go and talk about any of the pricing options, this is what I talk about when I said GSD, ground sample distance. These are the 3 different options that are available. There's 3-inch, 6-inch, and 9-inch, okay? And you can, especially if you kind of get a little closer, you can see some of the differences there, especially on your screen. And then on the top, we see a representation of an oblique image. Now, you have to remember that we can also see the other 3 sides of that structure, but just to get an idea of what the different images look like. So those are the 3-inch, 6-inch, and 9-inch images, okay? Does anybody have any questions about those? And I know I'm kind of banging through this pretty fast, but we have a slot here, so I want to make sure that we get to any questions and
Give me
discussion.
your best sales pitch between this and Google.
Well, sure, yeah, so Google typically is going to be a 12-inch GSD image, so kind of imagine tack on something on the end there, and Google only captures ortho image, okay, so that you would only get the bottom, the ortho image, the straight down image. You would not see the other 4 sides of structures within Google, okay? Now, they can take that flat image and turn it on its edge so you feel like you're looking at it from the side, but it's just taking the flat ground and the flat image and turning it on its side. You're not actually seeing the sides of the imagery. Now, you may be thinking of Google Street View.
Yeah.
So you're right. So that's done with a car or
a
vehicle, let's say. I don't know. Okay. Cars, right. That's all done from the street level, and that is just the front of structures. So anything that's off of a road or the backs of any structure that's not on a road are not visible, right? So those, from a functional standpoint, are the major differences, and then I think just overall, no matter what we're talking about, with regards to Google, you don't know when, if and when they're coming. All right, they may have done Street View in 2007 here, and they might not come back till 2027. We don't really know. So that's the other major difference. Whereas this is a project that you have full control over. The other major difference is that it's free, and that's why it's a great question. But those are the major differences, I'd say.
And this has our floodplain specific to Marion County.
Right. So you can overlay all of your GIS data on top of the map. I can turn on a couple layers just as an example here.
A lot of times we'll compare the different years because you basically have a snapshot at that point in time.
Sure.
And see what's changed.
And we can. So this is this is in Southwest Missouri, but because I have their GIS data uploaded on my kind of demonstration website, but those are their parcel lines. So any GIS data that you have that's available, we overlay that on the map, which includes the floodplain data, which we just kind of stood that up recently, but that's been helping the P&Z office out quite a bit.
So the floodplain data would show if it's crossing over a boundary line, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because I know there's so many properties that somebody ends up paying flood insurance on, and they say, well, I got 2 foot in the corner of my lot that's in the floodplain.
Right.
Still have to buy flood insurance.
Right. And is that kind of how you use it, Sharon?
Yeah, so for like site planning and different things, if we're putting in a new septic system or a new building or something, the floodplain is regulated on a higher level than the county even, so we have to make sure that certain structures are not placed in the floodplain or that they meet the regulations.
And also when I deal with FEMA on different events that we have, they want to make sure that this didn't look like this before the event happened, okay? So we go back and periodically as they do theirs, I go back and say in the last 2 years, this is what this road looked like, this culvert looked like, or this house looked like, and then they can suggest that and say, okay, we'll pay for that, as opposed to saying, well, has it always looked like this for the last 6 years because we haven't been here? And this helps us when we file a declaration to go in there and prove that we did have that road looking nice, or the culvert looked nice, and now it's washed out.
And Lisa, does this help you?
Absolutely.
In taxes and stuff? How to
Absolutely.
what a house looks like today, and now next year they have a deck?
Yes, our
So-
office uses it immensely. In fact, we even have the option of having it on like our smartphone. So if we don't have the tablet out in the field with us, we can just pull it right up and say, okay, that wasn't there, or that is there, or this is now gone, or whatever. I mean, it's very, very, very beneficial.
And for the sheriffs too, when they plan a procedure to, a raid or whatever, they come in and they will look at all that. They're all set up over there too with it, which has helped a lot with them too, a lot.
It is used by the cities as well. As well as, obviously the county, but also your different cities do use it too.
Yeah, and I do have that as part of the usage report as well. It does break it down by city and by county department as well here on this report. Again, I know it's kind of like an eye chart.
Back up there a second, where
Sure.
you have your plot lines.
Oh yeah, sure.
How accurate is your system getting down to now? Because when you put them out there and people see them, oh, it's gotta be right here. Well, it's close, but it's not. And I just wondered if there's any
Yeah, so
improvement in that.
what I'm doing here is, well, what we're doing here is taking the GIS data that you guys have. I don't know how it's been created, but typically a vendor at some point took those off of paper, right? So I don't change the accuracy of those.
Okay.
Basically, I'm just overlaying those on our photos. And to your point, typically those are for taxing purposes only, right? For kind of visualization. So yeah, I don't increase the accuracy there.
And that is when we do have a taxpayer come in and they do want to look at our maps. We definitely say that right off the bat is we are not surveyors in our office. And if you want it to, you know, the exact location, you do need to have a surveyor.
Right.
But we are for tax purposes and we are as accurate as we possibly can be. And so we do always give that disclaimer on almost on anything, I mean, because it is the truth. It's just as accurate as we can possibly have it, but definitely we don't claim to be surveyors in our office.
Sure, you have to remove yourself from that liability as well. So this is the floodplain data that we stood up recently. Oh, sir, yeah.
Seems to me with this kind of technology available, a computer savvy thief can check out your property from the comfort of his own living room.
Absolutely, they could, yeah. Fortunately, everything that we do here is behind a username and password, so it's all secured and protected, and only folks, employees of the county can view it unless they were to give that username and password out. But again, through that user report, we could see if there was any not malicious intent, but users who weren't supposed to be there, right? And also if and how much they were using the imagery. So I agree. Fortunately, we've got some stopgaps there to prevent that.
So do we,
We can also look out of our office under being administrator.
so is
I
it
can
just
go in and look.
a certain amount of employees that get that kind of authorization? I mean, not the whole department?
In
Or-
our office,
Well, it's a little different in appraiser's
Yeah,
office, I
yeah.
would say. But I mean, is there restricted access to the other departments to where, only the supervisor has access to the passwords and?
I would believe you're administrative pretty much.
Yeah,
You kind of can give
well,
clearance.
all the Marion police officers have it, and Hillsborough, and all the deputies and the dispatch have it. Usually, it is just like head of departments that have it, but it can be accessed. Is it 200 or?
Yeah, so we have different tiers of users. Because the software is online, you pay a small fee. It's a couple $1,000s per year for the software itself. And the tier that you guys are currently on is called Connect 50. So the software is called Connect. 50 means you can have 50 people logged in at one time, and you can create 250 users, which is generally plenty for most any county. There are different ways to control who uses it. We can set up different groups. There are different levels of user access. So there are users, there are power users, and there are administrators that have access to different functions and stuff. And you guys have full control of that. And then, we kind of work together to help kind of set that up however you guys want to set it up.
So is it not correct to say, to Henry's point, that again, your computer savvy people, passwords or otherwise, can hack into almost anything? The desire is there.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, they can hack into our bank accounts too. You're right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
I would
think
assume.
you probably have security systems, and then I think the county probably does as well. But
Absolutely.
even still, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, we actually.
that's a problem
Yeah.
that's been going on in the world of technology.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah. So we have a whole digital cybersecurity team. But we actually keep all of our imagery on Amazon Web Services because they're so secure, and we have so much imagery that we outgrew all of our servers and it became too expensive to actually house it ourselves. So we kind of rely on their security as well in conjunction with what we do. But yeah, you're right. I mean, hackers can do lots of
Amazing
things.
things.
Yeah. Yep.
Mhm.
This is true. So this is the floodplain information that we were talking about. This is all, so you can now tell, what is not in a floodplain. There are these different flood zone types. I'm not overly familiar with those types, but this is type AE. I know that means something. And then, of course, we could turn on the, we can turn on the parcel lines, and like you said, you could see if one of these parcels just clips a floodplain or something like that. Wait till that draws. It'll take us just a moment. All right, so we can see exactly how those overlay with one another, and we do have the parcel IDs and such. And it kind of benefits being able to see all the different directions we could see. Well, is that a shed that's in that floodplain, or is that a multi-family unit or something? So there's some value in the obliques there as well. Any kind of GIS data that you guys have that gets overlaid on the map. And we can also change or control the configuration and decide who gets to see what. If you don't want everyone to see the floodplain, for example, well, not everyone has to see the floodplain. I always hear that, like sex offenders and crimes and stuff like that. We certainly, that gets kind of cordoned off to its own group, right? Any other questions? I can quickly kind of bump through the pricing. I can show you the pricing as it would be to just continue what you guys are doing. There's also, I know that sounds a little corny, but this is the second quarter of our business. It's typically our slowest quarter, so they typically roll out some incentivized pricing in the second quarter. That's half the reason we're kind of looking at this right now. So these other two options they're good through June. And if you were to choose, you wanted to come on board and exercise one of these, then this pricing is good till June. So we'll look at all three of those. We also certainly have the pricing that's.
While you guys are listening to the prices, we took the attitude that our county doesn't need flying every year. I think we went once every 3 years, if I remember right. And so we've got projects. We got the wind tires probably in our county now that's been different since 17. If we have another one show up, why? So when you see these prices, sort of keep things in mind that if you like that idea, that's what we've done before. But they'll fly it every year if you want to.
Fly twice a year if you want.
Every month.
Yeah, this is true.
What do you got, Dave?
How much income does these flyovers generate for the county taxes?
That's a good question. I have reports from other counties.
And you find 10%, 5%, 2% more?
I think it varies for every county. We do have a few kind of diehard customers that will track everything that they find strictly based on having this imagery or not. And believe it or not, most of the time the imagery pays for itself at least once, usually multiple times. And I don't mean from just an appraised value standpoint. I mean after you whittle away the amount of taxes that actually come into the county. I know that's just me saying it. So that's been our experience. That's a whole nother step for someone's workflow to track that. So we don't get a whole lot of people who actually end up doing that. They just kind of know in their mind that, man, this helps me every day, and we need it.
I think the big picture is, and probably Dave hasn't alluded to it, but is it going to pay for itself?
Yeah.
In the long-term run.
Sure.
You can save labor and
Sure.
find assets.
Yeah, it's very important. Sure, and I think there's a lot of times where you can look at it from a taxing standpoint. You could also look at it from like a wear and tear on a vehicle standpoint, and also time in the field. A lot of times you can, kind of. I don't know if I like the analogy, but it's kind of like a sniper approach as opposed to a shotgun approach to doing your appraisal work. Instead of driving around and trying to find things and all that, here they are, and you know where they're at, and so your time is a lot more efficient. You don't necessarily have as many wasted trips from multiple departments. A lot of times you can just pop on here and maybe do a little bit of your work right there.
I think it's really beneficial when I'm having a hearing and they bring up, okay, this is this and that, and I pull it up and they go, oh, it's super beneficial then.
Yeah.
Along with the value notices, and everything, and also with people in the field, they call me up and say, hey, will you look at this?
Mm-hmm.
And I can say, okay, this is how this is, and then they go, okay.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sitting at a
happens
gate,
a lot.
and there's a
It
house a
does.
mile, or there's something a mile down the road, but I can't get to it. Can tell
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah.
Yeah, all the imagery is date stamped also. So from the hearing standpoint, I've heard plenty of stories where folks come in and say, well, I don't have that, or I didn't have it, but it kind of diffuses the situation, and it's kind of better for everybody.
And this may be a little bit off the charts, but I'm just wondering, when you do your flyovers
Mm-hmm.
and stuff, and in your program, Is there anything about invasion of privacy? I mean, when you fly over, there might be somebody in a beautiful home or a home that has a pool, fence, and they're laying out there on the deck. Skivvies, you know?
Right. So sometimes that's a problem in maybe, let's say, California or Texas, but we fly in February. So, like, if you're out there doing that, then I don't know.
You're dedicated.
You're dedicated. That's right. You want somebody to see you. No, I'm just joking.
Got some bulge on it.
So we would run into that, but the privacy question is a good, valid question no matter what. There are a variety of reasons. Yeah, I hear that occasionally. You know, but you know, you bring up, for example, Google or Google Street View and such, and you know that I think unfortunately the answer is just kind of like it's out there. You know, everybody's running around with a camera. That Google Street car could drive by here at any point. Now, the imagery isn't good enough to recognize people. You typically can't even tell, like if it was your house and it was, you know, your brother or your sister standing outside. You probably couldn't even tell the difference between them, right? It's not good enough to tell, like a just typical, you know, a man from a woman or a child from an adult. You know, you can't recognize people. You can't read license plates. You can't see in windows, things like that.
And the perfect time to fly is, like you said, fly February. It is usually February. If you get into March, sometimes you get brush started.
Well, yeah, your foliage just
that's right.
distracts.
So the typical flying time is, you know, or I should say optimal is the minute before the buds start coming on the bushes and stuff. You want to wait as long as you possibly can because the sun gets higher in the sky as we get further into the season, into the year, and that creates less shadows. You know, because you know the sun shines and these real long shadows can be a little distracting on the imagery. So we want to wait as long as we can, but it's in the contract. We won't fly when there's leaves on the trees or snow on the ground.
I was going to say snow on the ground.
Yeah, snow on the ground. Yeah. Sir?
Your contracted pilots and stuff, where are they all out of?
Everywhere. So we currently have, it fluctuates, but last I heard was 135 airplanes. So they're all over the country. We do work in the US, we do work in Canada, and we also are starting to work in the UK. But domestically we have about 135 planes, like I said, give or take. Like 110 of them are Cessna 172s, little low and slow deals, and the rest of
anybody that we'd have around here.
So we have, no, probably not. Like we wouldn't. They are dedicated pictometry pilots. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the closest kind of outfit we have is up in Sand Hills, Nebraska. This is where most of those.
Marion County specific.
Right.
We had somebody that would help a business here.
Gotcha. Yeah,
That's
no,
what I was
that'd be
going at.
great. Yeah. Well, so the cameras are. They're proprietary cameras. They're in our proprietary planes and everything. So we can't just hire. We'd love to, but we can't just hire someone, you know, with a plane and a camera, you know, wherever we're going. I don't know. Have them apply. I don't know. That's Sand Hills is the closest that we're flying out of around here. Anybody else?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, like I mentioned, we have these 3 different pricing proposals here. This first one that I'll show you, of course, is the lowest one. And this is basically the continuation of what you guys currently fly. And what I mean by that is the 3-inch, and I'll show you the map here, it's at the bottom. 3-inch over the towns, and then 9, which is purple, and then the 9-inch over the rest of the county. Okay, that is currently what has been captured.
Didn't we add towns to that too? At one time, didn't we have the towns go to all 3-inch?
It has changed. It's fluctuated over time, added and subtracted. This is what was done in 2017. Okay. So yes, we can add towns to that, and we kind of talked about it. You see, those are all squares. Those are 1-mile boxes.
Yeah.
We have to add those on in groups of 4. Okay. And most of those smaller towns would be covered by a group of 4, so that's the minimum. And each one of those, I'm on the high side, is about $500. So about $2,000 per smaller city to add additional ones. Okay. And I, you know, that's an easy thing for me.
And Lisa, what we currently are having is the quality adequate for your functions?
I believe so. We've had some of the rules that were a little a little blurry for what we were hoping they would be, but the city, the 3-inch that he's talking about are very, very nice quality.
Yeah, we fly all the way up to a 0.75 inch product, which is extremely accurate and detailed. But I don't typically hear that the 3-inch isn't good enough for folks to do their job. If anything, I hear that, hey, we want something a little bit better than the 9-inch. Right? Even though it's a rural area and in one of those boxes I might only have 5 structures, that's where I really need to step up my game or whatever. So anyway, you saw the map. This is the pricing right here for per flight. You're looking at 97K per flight. Now, just as we've done in the past, we split that, if you want, we split that, the payments for that up in over the course of 3 years. And so that's what that second.
How many years?
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah. So that's what that second number is there. So per flight, you're looking at,
Okay.
I'll just round up, 33K per year per flight. Okay. And that comes due after we ship the imagery, after we deliver it to you. So you wouldn't have to pay that until next year.
And we have been paying that out of sales tax.
Yes, sales tax.
So there's option 1.
So that would be right there, would cover 6 years if you took
Yes.
flight 1 and 2.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, the subsequent flights, they are worded in the contract as optional. What you do get by committing to that long-term contract are, you see some of these discounting numbers here, that allows us to add those 10% discounts on there. So you lock your pricing in, and then it makes it a little bit easier to contract in the future, and so there's some benefit to us and to you. That's why it's worded that way. But unless you guys say, hey, yes, we want to fly that second flight, we don't go fly it. You don't forfeit any of the discounting or anything like that. There's no penalty. We just don't go fly. That's option 1. Let's see, option 2 here. It's about $9,000 more. The map is exactly the same as what I showed you before, but what it does is it steps up the ortho imagery in the big green rural area that we saw. It steps it up from this 9-inch here to the 6-inch. Just the ortho, not the oblique. The oblique stays at 9, and the ortho steps up to 6. That's a different camera rig, and its focal length is a little bit different. It's optimized to capture, we call it our C6 platform or our 9.6. So for about $9,000, you step up to 6-inch ortho across the entire county. That one's not bad. The next one is, from a pricing standpoint, from our pricing standpoint, actually is really great, but it's quite a bit more money. So this here is a little bit different approach. This would just be a county-wide approach, meaning you'd have the same GSD or the same quality over the entire county. And it would be both 6-inch oblique and 6-inch ortho over the entire county. So there wouldn't be any 3-inch areas in the towns. So you would be kind of sacrificing some of those 3-inch areas to step up the rural areas. So 6-inch oblique and 6-inch ortho over the entire county. Again, no difference. It's just uniform across the entire county. And that was 166, I believe. 166. Again, you could divide that by 3, and that would be 56 annually. And that's the other June pricing. So typically this product is priced at $250, but they're allowing us to bring it down to $150 right now. So, if I were to have come here, 6 months ago, that total would have been more like $240 or something like that. So, it is really a good deal from a pricing standpoint, but I do understand that it's also a whole lot more money than what you guys have paid in the past. So those are the 3 options that I tried to come up with that seem to be somewhat different from one another, but also took into account some of that promotional stuff that they're letting us do right now. Having said that, we can kind of mix and match those options here and there, but we have to be careful because as we add different resolutions or different GSDs, those are different flights essentially. And so even though you might add something cheaper, you're adding another flight, and so there's the cost to just get another plane in the air and all that. So these are pretty typical setups the most cost-efficient ways to look at this.
So we've been operating under the first option
The 3.9.
in order to support the function of the department optimally. What does the department recommend?
I would like to see the 3.3 in Hillsborough, Marion, and then the 9 oblique and 6-inch ortho in the rest of the county, which would be the second option.
Yeah.
I think that gives a lot of value to having a better view of the ortho on the remainder of the county, just from a planning standpoint.
Yeah, yeah. So, our imagery has always been kind of the bleeding edge, right? So typical imagery is ortho imagery, just ortho imagery. We're the only ones who do this imagery that includes ortho, but also the obliques. And when folks are out shopping for just orthos, there's a, I don't want to say it's a standard, but there's been a lot of desire to get county-wide 6-inch ortho. And that's one of the reasons that they've incentivized that 6, because a lot of people want to have their ortho across the entire county be 6-inch. And so that's what I typically hear, right? To step up to the 6-inch satisfies a lot of folks from a mapping standpoint, and it's a bit of a standard.
And actually, I agree with what Sharon had said,
Yeah.
because even in the world of technology,
Yeah.
you need to keep up with it.
Yeah.
You can't always keep doing the same thing and expect a better result. Also, I would say for the extra $9,000, that's $3,000 extra in payment. You probably won't notice it at that price. And your tools that you give, I'm more into a tool, giving the
Yeah.
employees the tools that they need, rather than hire more employees to do the same job.
Sure.
The tools are by far more important, in my opinion.
Right.
On any of these options, could we extend the first flight for a year later?
So we could contract the flight for the end of the year. So for 2020 still, but November, December, right? So the contract would have to be signed before June, and then you have to commit to a flight in the year of 2020. Although there's 2 flying seasons in 2020.
Okay.
So you could fly at the end.
Well, you almost have to do that anyway, it'd be in February.
Well, that'd be the following year. So if you guys can contract now for February of 2020. So if we wanted to go to February 2021, we can't apply this pricing now. That doesn't mean that there wouldn't be some sort of this pricing next year if you wanted to fly February of 2021, but I don't know that.
But we
And-
could do February 2020.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's probably that would be typical. That's what I think we're talking about.
Okay, so this is the option 2 pricing, the $35,175?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're already, I mean, what we're paying right now is $35,087 a year. So it's not very much of an increase.
Well, how is that? It's supposed to be a $9,000 increase.
It's over the first option he showed us.
So the first option is the products are the same. Pricing, believe it or not, just dwindled down a little bit from when you signed your contract last time. So the products are the same, but the pricing was just a little bit lower than.
Okay.
So as far as going to the second option, it's a lesser increase.
It's like,
It's a minimal impact to the
Minimal
county.
impact.
Yeah.
And would it be beneficial to have the 3-inch
Any other discussion?
PRV or gospel?
Just with us not knowing what's gonna happen. So, a little later, I would like to have the option whether we choose February or whether you choose the last of the year, November.
Yeah, you can choose that. I mean, you could choose that in January.
But didn't you say by doing it that time of year, is there some quality issues compared with doing it right before spring starts
Right.
with lighting?
So actually the shadows would probably be about the same because the sun kind of goes like this, and I think you're just on the other side of the hump there, right? From your sun angle perspective. But there are some larger growth trees, maybe oaks or hickories, something. They might hold some of their tall, upper crown leaves. Sometimes they're dead.
Right, yeah, they do hold them.
But sometimes they hold them into whatever, January, February. You need some wind and some snow or whatever to blow them off, and it doesn't always happen in November or something.
Yeah, they don't lose them until they don't.
Yeah, sometimes they have to get pushed off, don't they? Yeah. So from our standpoint, you know, the contracts, they're not any different. If, you know, when I create a contract for you guys, you know, I'm sure you have a lawyer that reviews it. There won't be any surprises from that standpoint. It's all the same as it was. So like I said, if we want to get in on that one, we just have to get that done before June, which I think gives us a fair amount of time. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the wishes of the commission?
It's my fault, I would say go with it.
Sure.
I think we need
So
to
is
do
it, it's $2,000 more to that one flight to add like Peabody and add like
For the
Florence?
3-inch
Per.
or the 3-inch?
Per Peabody, per Florence, per.
I'm ballparking, and there's kind of two things. Well, really one thing I'm assuming is that we have to. Let me go to the map real fast. If you can we tell when we look at it? Yeah, those are boxes, right? Those are 1 square mile boxes. They don't mean anything to you and I. They're flight planning boxes, but they are 1 square mile.
Yeah, they do. They fit into our townships.
Well, they fit in pretty good. Sometimes
Pretty
they seem to line up. Okay, so we have to, from a flight planning perspective, we have to do 4 at a time. We can't add any less than 4, and the 4 have to be in a box, 2 and 2. So my assumption, the assumption that I'm making is that box of 4 fits on top of those cities. If it doesn't, and we have to add another one, then it's about $500, and that's on the high side, but just to pad it, right? $2,000 minimum per additional city, plus if it bleeds into a 5th, then you're another $500, something like that.
And they gotta be grouped. You can't have, like, say, Lincolnville is 1 mile by 1 mile. Put it with.
It's got to be 2 by 2. Yep. Now you can have 2 by 2s, but you have to start with the minimum as a 2. Actually, the minimum is a 3 by 2, but that's what they always tell us. But they let us plan a 2 by 2, and then it goes through.
So if we had every community in the county, we'd be adding another 20,000?
Could be. Show us your difference there again between your 3 and your 6.
Sure.
Or 6 and 9, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, 6 and 9, yeah.
Yeah. There's a. And I know that up there, honestly, it does not. You don't see a whole lot of difference between the 3 and 6. There is a fair amount of difference. Like if you look at my screen, if you go up there.
What I'm getting at is for these departments here to look at Hillsborough, Marion in the 3, and then look at the rest of them, and you'd be looking at 6.
Yeah.
Or whether we fly the whole thing at 6.
It'd be just everything at the 6-6. That
It'd be
third
6,
option.
Yeah.
But it'd still be 9 on the oblique, right?
Yeah. But all the towns, if you pull them down to a 6-inch, the Hillsborough, Marion, I mean, I'm just asking for the difference between the 3 and the 6.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So-
You know, for them to.
Randy, are you saying that if Marion and Hillsborough stayed at the 3 and 3, and then
No,
all the other
if we took
towns
that out,
went to
just-
6 and 6?
You flew the rest of it at 6.
Completely
Yeah.
6 and 6, that
Yeah.
third option, the 166,000 option.
Well, that was 166, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yes,
sir.
I'm just jumping the price clear up. Better pay for that.
Well, I'm just wondering if
Inspector.
the other, get those smaller towns that we pulled up, when they fly this on that option, $9,000 more, what are they gonna be at?
They're going to be at the 9-inch
Be at
oblique,
the 9-inch, okay.
9-inch oblique, and 6-inch ortho. So that second option, basically it bumps up the ortho right here
Okay.
from 9 to 6, which to me, that's
Quite a difference.
a good difference. Yeah, the 6 to 3 is, you get really detailed, but this, I don't know.
You can tell
That's up to you
swimming
guys.
pools from lagoons
Well-
at that point.
My question, I guess, is what happens if I take Hillsborough, Marion out and knock them back to just like everybody else?
Sure. Yeah, that's certainly an option too. Let's see. I can tell you that.
I don't know how many boxes you got knocked up there, but.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go look at here.
Mm-hmm.
14K. If you took those 2 out. So whatever, 5K a year. So that's what's being paid to upgrade those to the 3-inch.
And what would be the disadvantage to doing that?
It'll be blurrier to a point.
a lot harder to read it and see it a lot.
Well, not according to that picture you just showed us.
Between, well,
The houses
but you're, so there, you're, oh,
more
sorry.
dense in
The
Hilltop
houses.
and Marion.
You're looking at the difference between, you're gonna take it from the 3-inch oblique to the 9-inch oblique. So that's a pretty decent, there's a difference there, I think. And then you're moving from the 3-inch ortho to the 6-inch ortho, which, like you said, there doesn't seem to be as much of a difference between those two.
Okay, the ortho, can you go down and pull sides up on that? Is that, can you pull it? Go down and take the side view?
The different views, the
All
four different views.
Yeah.
That's what the oblique is.
The oblique's up there.
Yeah,
The
so if you,
oblique is, but not the ortho.
Not the-
Correct.
Okay. That tells a story. Okay. I'll shut up. I just asked you questions.
That's good.
you gotta
We need
explore
to
the
ask
options,
questions.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion, or does the commission feel like they're ready to move on this?
I'm ready to move on it.
Okay, you want to make a motion?
Wait a minute. You, Commissioner Nowak, you don't want Lisa to think about it?
No,
Oh.
this is pretty clear. When things are clear, I can
Okay,
wait.
just thought I'd ask.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to go ahead and enter into a contract for the, we call it, say that word.
Pictometry.
Pictometry, using the second option,
I got it. The 3-6, we'll call that the 369 option.
369 option.
If that helps,
Yes.
if that makes sense.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the second option for pictometry contract. All those in favor? Aye. We're good?
This is a lot easier than the very first time we decided this.
Is that right? Well, once you're familiar and you've used it and see the value, I think, I would assume that.
Well, I'd have to dismiss 3 or 4 employees sitting here if they didn't have that.
That was a big obligation to take on that.
It was. It really was.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think there's one thing that I wanted to say though before I did, talking about that. If I remember right, the mapping and appraisers department down there, when you're talking about what they had to do, they had to go find pictures of this kind of stuff instead of just having it on the screen before. That was, I mean, it was in files and things. And
A lot more field work.
Yeah, it was, that's one of the big reasons why we went ahead and made the change too, to start with.
This makes it so much easier to do ag comparisons. I mean, you
Yeah.
just pull it up and it's just pretty clear to tell
And
what
time
is
is
what.
money,
So
right?
That's
You
right.
probably got a lot more complaints when people saw you walking around the property.
They don't like when you put that little wagon wheel out there.
There goes somebody's job.
Watch it.
Might have to create a job to pay for it.
We did create a job, right there. We did create a job, and that's her job. It wasn't there before that. So, we did create a job.
Okay.
Technology.
Uh-oh, there must be a report, guys.
Oh, yeah, sorry. A little too personal for you. Although, everybody's seen a kid before, haven't they? Yes, I
Why
am.
did it used to take 10 guys to
Yep.
farm, now it don't?
Thank you.
But see, you want to see all the other guys that are got jobs grading GPSs.
You cover a pretty big area, don't you?
All those
I
guys
cover
that
Missouri,
aren't on the
Kansas.
farm, but they are
So-
still part of it.
And living in Colorado.
I do. So I was born and raised in the guys
I'm
in Charles
glad I'm
County, outside
here.
St. Louis, just west of St. Louis, and you know, in the suburbs.
Right where the planes, the old airport went right over. Yes, it still does. probably.
Yeah, Spirit of St. Louis Airport. Yeah, we're pretty close to that actually. So I lived there for 40 years, but I did this job. And
You guys still have the option to.
I always went to the airport and flew out anyway.
I'm sorry?
So
You
actually,
still have
I'm
the option
traveling
to
more
upgrade to
now
the
than I
cities
did
if you want
then.
I think so,
For
you
the-
do, for a little while, yes.
Thought I'd ask. Make you think about it.
Been to all the cities in the county, right?
You all here all day?
Yeah, right now you just got
No.
Hillsborough, Marion, that price.
Half day.
Half day?
You'd have to decide before they do their first fly.
And so, do we still have the option, I just want to verify
Sure.
what I just said, do we still have the option to change cities or do different things, or are we like locked in right now?
Oh, no, you're not locked until you sign a contract. So if you think you want to, well, if you want to add cities, then we can do that now, or we can create a contract based on the quote you saw, and you can decide 6 months you want to add cities.
Okay, that's what I thought I
We
heard.
amend contracts all the time. If you want to,
And it's $2,000 a city, basically.
basically, yeah. Unless, like I said, unless one bleeds over, it could go to like 2,500. But, yeah.
And with those squares that you have for Hillsbury and Hillsborough and Marion, are they actual? Or could they actually be reduced and still capture the whole city of?
Those cover the boundaries. Now, they bleed out because they're squares and the boundaries go like this,
Uh-huh.
but that is shrunk down.
I'd like to see that option. They stated that we could bid it. Now, you even said we could take 2 of them. Let's take Peabody. Square mile is the main part of the city. And that covers the basic part of the city. A lot of these other towns, if it's Peabody's spaced perfect, but some of them may not be right for one. They may have to get 2.
It's true.
But if you had 2, we could do them for $1,000 a town then?
You gotta have 4.
Okay, but we can take the other 2 and go to another town?
I was gonna say something.
The smallest area we can fly is
So when you go to
2 by 2.
Yeah, so it's not gonna make any difference.
Okay.
So yeah, so no matter how small it gets, even if you just want to fly this table, it's still gotta be those 4 boxes.
Okay.
Right?
I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't either.
If they let us just, the plane obviously was a turn on a dime, and so there's no real efficient way, I don't think. But
Well, I mean, to us, it would allow us to cover our, we got so many small towns
I know.
out there, and it would allow, ask your company, we would like to see.
Here's what they'll do.
Yeah.
They'll say, yes, we'll fly 1. It's gonna cost $2,000.
Well, that's better than $2,000.
No, that's what I'm saying. I said 2,000. Sorry.
Oh.
That's what they'll say. Because no matter what, here's the amount of area we've got to fly, and we have to make this back and all that. So they'll say, yeah, we'll fly
We'd
that.
love to do that.
Yeah, we'd love it. We'll fly the 1. It's going to cost $2,000.
Okay, so that would be then, let's just say we wanted to add 2 cities and just kind of bump a little, maybe Florence and.
Like your 2 most populous or something.
Whatever,
Yeah.
yeah. So that would be a total then of 4,000
You got it.
divided by the payments. That
Divided by
would
3
bump
years.
it up,
Yeah.
a little bit. It
Yeah.
would almost be worth, I mean, if we had a city or so that's big enough to do that, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
again, not tragic.
Over 3 payments, it gets it cut
Yeah,
down
it's
quite a
not,
bit.
it's not significant.
It's true.
Especially since we're already paying pretty much, and I was anticipating already bumping it up
Yeah.
by 9,000,
Right.
which we're not.
Right.
So,
Well, and you've got a plane, right? So there's a plane here. If you decided later, not this would happen, but hey, oh yeah, I think I do want to fly that city. From us, that's going to cost you $25,000. That's our minimum to get a plane somewhere.
Oh,
But
just for 1, yeah.
Just for 1. But if you thought, oh, I might want this, and it's only $2,000, but you have to want it,
Right.
I'm not trying to pressure you guys to fly, but you need to fly.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you guys.
Okay, is Bud here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, bud.
Didn't sign yet.
So formal.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm gonna keep on telling this is Chris Otto from Fort Riley. He's here to speak.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. As far as I know, you guys called this meeting for me on the recycling. I just wanted to have Chris come in because we have the possibility of switching from Waste Connections, taking it up to Fort Riley. I'll let him kind of fill you in on what's available through them.
Okay. You want to switch chairs with him?
Okay.
So my name is Chris Otto from Fort Riley, Recycle and Solid Waste Coordinator out there. We operate what's called a Qualified Recycle Program, which doesn't swear a federal agency. There's certain qualifications on what we can and can't recycle, but translates to most of the things that a community recycles, the paper, the plastics, aluminum, and so on. There's only certain military things that you really can't recycle. But when we sell things, since we're a non-profit,
They're wanting to speak up just a little bit because they can't hear you.
If you could,
Yeah.
either one.
Yeah.
Yeah. since we're a nonprofit, we take the money that we generate from selling them any of the recyclables. After we pay the staff that work at our center and the electric bills and gas bills, we then put that money back into Fort Riley. Most of the time it goes into morale, welfare, and recreation programs. The majority of it lately has gone directly to the units programs, so when they want to have an organizational day, they have some extra funds to spend on things. So really, we don't have somebody making money off of selling our recyclables, but the troops are benefiting from it. We offer one of the few that I know of in the state, an automated sorter. I think there's one in Hutchinson, Topeka, and Kansas City, maybe Wichita. But we built it in 2017. It's a $4.5 million automated sorter. So our guys really don't touch a lot of the materials except at a few of the picking stations. And there are certain regulations that we have to follow since we're a federal recycle program. And one of those is that we cannot take waste from off-site out of post. And we are looking at any recyclable materials not as a waste, but as recyclable material. And I've talked with the environmental division director, my supervisor out there, and then the foreman who actually is down there at the recycle center manning the machine all the time. And that we have the capacity. But what they asked me to do, if that's something you guys are interested in sending recyclables to us, we work on like a test period for an undetermined amount of time. I'm thinking 2 months or something, to see how it's working. We talk to our foreman just to make sure that the materials that we're getting are what we're looking for. And from talking to Bud, it sounds like that won't be any of an issue. We just want to make sure we're not doing a lot of trash with it, basically. Things we don't want jumper cables, we don't want baby diapers. The stuff that we get from the soldiers on post, we don't want from off post. We want to have less to throw away when people bring stuff to us. Right now, what my boss said, the environmental division director, thought that we could, after we look at for about a couple months or so, and we know about what we're getting, we probably can, most likely be able to purchase the recyclables from you. And I don't have a price on that, but the numbers that we're throwing around are somewhere in the ballpark of what mixed paper is selling for, which would be a big bulk of that material as it comes in. Right now, it's selling from $10 to $15 a ton. So I'm thinking it's somewhere in that ballpark. I can't guarantee a price or give a firm one right now, but and then, as I was telling Bud, we would have to make arrangements for credit card purchases if we want it done timely, because it takes the Army a long time to write a check, and we can't do direct deposits like some places. But if there's a place that we could call in with a credit card number, we could make immediate payments once we have a little brought to us. We accept recyclables almost every day of the week, except every other Friday. We can work with you guys to find the times that you want to bring them up to us. And then when people bring them to us, once they can get on Fort Riley, we can give the driver we can put them on our list for access, and they can get an annual pass, which helps them get on post a lot longer, because they can have that. It can take about 20 minutes to do the background check. They come in, they'd weigh the truck, we'd dump it on our floor, we'd weigh it as it leaves, and make sure we get the weight of the materials, and that's pretty. And then as long as we're getting clean recyclables, like I said, paper, plastic, aluminum, cardboard, and then I think we can also take white styrofoam. Not necessarily like dirty cups, but like you get with a TV, or if you get like a cooler or Schwann's Manson. Yes, exactly. And we only take white styrofoam is all that we're set up to process right now. And I think we might be one of the only places in the state that processes white styrofoam.
Now, do you take the peanuts, packing peanuts, or?
If it is the crumbly number 6 styrofoam, which most of those are not.
Okay.
Most of those anymore, the ones made out of high fructose corn syrup, and if you put them in water, they dissolve. A lot of those packing peanuts now do that. Those don't look like on the machine or anything, they go in water. But all the coolers, the stuff that goes with TVs and stuff, we have a densifier that our guys feed it into, and it comes out looking like toothpaste. And you can take enough styrofoam to fill this whole room, and it come out like a coil smaller than this table, on top of the table.
Wow.
Do you currently take any single stream recyclables?
Yes, we have
How-
an automated sorter.
Okay,
So-
how dirty are the single stream that you get?
We get them from a few different places, and that is a kind of a loaded question. And unfortunately, on Fort Riley, some of the messiest recycling we get, but we've been doing a study with the EPA where we're breaking down by neighborhood, and it depends on the neighborhood we get it from. But we get, right now, we're getting stuff from Howie's in Manhattan, and Kansas State University, and that comes in really clean for the most part. Howie's is, both K-State and Howie's are really clean. Now with the soldiers, they're not paying anything for curbside recycling. It's provided to them. That we get them for 18 months, average at a time, so they come in, they come from all different places. Some recycle where they're from, some don't. The regulations are different. And I'm convinced that with the soldiers, they treat their recycle bin as overflow trash can for when their trash can's full. Because we'll get dirty diapers, we'll get deceased animals, we'll get kitty litter, bags of dog waste, but as long as we're getting, like, some people are concerned about sending us maybe a soap bottle that has a little bit of soap. That's not an issue for us. But pizza boxes, as long as there's not caked on food stuck to the bottom, if there's just like a little grease stain, our buyers don't have any problems with that. Bring it in commingled. They dump it on the floor. They usually pull out the styrofoam by hand, just because our machine doesn't do real good with it. It breaks it up into too many little pieces. We feed the rest into our machine and then let the sorting process work itself out.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just concerned that I think Hillsboro's gonna be starting their recycling program, and from what I see of single stream at Peabody, it seems like it's good old American way. Sometimes we don't clean the cans, we don't rinse the cans. My wife gets mad when I do that because that's the way it was started. You had to clean everything in order to go recycle.
I mean, that helps to come in clean, but it doesn't have. They don't have to be cleaned out completely. We're more concerned about dirty diapers than like a dirty soap bottle.
So then you touched a little bit on the pizza boxes, and I was looking at a video about that. They were calling that contaminated materials, and so they included in that is like your different plastics. One of them is like your black plastics that you go to the quick stores and get food, and then the black part of it is considered contaminated if it has. So you're not worried about that?
No, and some plastics currently we recycle what the market allows us to. And some plastics, like that black one you're talking about, unless it's a number 2 plastic, we don't have much of a market for.
How would we know?
If you bring them to us, we'll take those as a mail with the waste, as long as it's not overburdening us, and then that's part of what we want to look at. And we look at it as like a ship sometimes with recycling, and it's really hard to turn and change momentum. And the 3 through 7 plastics, with the exception of number 6s, there's not much market for them right now. But a year ago, 2 years ago, there was. And then a year from now, there easily could be. And other recycle centers that said, we don't want any 3 through 7 plastics, that confuses your average consumer, and they don't send you any recyclables. And number 2s and 1s, there's a good amount of value in right now.
So how does the consumer know all that? I mean, to me, a black bowl plastic looks like a black bowl plastic. How do I know if it's a 6 or a 5 or a 1?
Most of them will have a number on the bottom of them. You flip them over, there'll be a little triangle, and it'll say in the center of them, say what number they are.
Oh, so that's what that number is.
Yes. Not every one of them does that, and some of it is hard for a consumer to know. And that's why we're not saying we don't take any 3 through 7s, because that's tough. And our guys see them all the time when they know, and our machine can sort some of those out too.
What is the difference with that? What is the difference between the two? I mean, which one is the worst?
Which one of what?
Those numbers that you brought, those plastics.
3s, there's not very common, you don't see a lot of 3s. But any of the plastic bags out there, we don't want.
Walmart
bags.
You don't want them.
We don't want those. And in fact, I would recommend for your single stream, have them dump it right in there without a bag. Our guys prefer that.
That's what we're trying.
Just put it right in the thing, no trash bags. And we find that trash comes in with those trash bags, not just recyclables. As long as we're getting it fairly clean, we put it through there. We can sort out the stuff that is not selling right now, and number 3s, 4s and 5s. Sevens, really not much of a market right now. In fact, with 4s and 5s, if they're mixed together, it would cost us more to recycle them than it would be to throw them in the landfill. It's about $65 a ton to recycle those right now.
Hillsborough is putting placards on top of the cans to show what can go in and not, no bags.
That helps a
period.
lot.
They've got that on there now? That's cool.
Yeah,
Well, we
it's just, you know it's coming, so you put it on there so that it makes it easy for them.
Yeah.
We've got that on all of our bins too, right by the doors, no plastic bags. no
Do you
trash.
recycle any glass?
We do take glass. I didn't mention that, but yes, we do take glass.
The only thing that we would be able to add to what we recycle right now, I believe, is the styrofoam.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we recycle everything that they take. So,
Wow.
and we're all on board about trying to keep everything clean because they're not the only ones that want clean stuff, We don't want to be taking a chance of getting down and having a dirty load and having to bring it back, or, that's not how we operate. We see trash in there and it's easy to police it and see, Once in a while, something might get in there,
That's understandable.
It's dumped out enough that we can see and do good, so.
And distance-wise, we're not much.
That's actually
A
closer.
little closer.
Yes. And I was asking him this morning, because when we recycle on our Fridays, like this week, we'll take it down to Hutch, and there could be 2 trucks waiting in front of our truck to dump, and so he's got to wait that time frame before he can dump and get back, and usually trip down to Hutch and back is 4 hours or better from the time he leaves to the time he gets back to recycle. And going up there, he said usually there's not very many people coming in like that, so.
And it doesn't take long when they do. I mean, we run them to the scale, then we dump it on our floor, then we weigh them again, and they're out of there.
Yeah.
And if we know that trucks are coming, we can coordinate with people. We know about what time Howie's comes and K-State, and have a decent idea when all the family housing on Fort Riley comes to us. And everything we take in right now is commingled for the most part. We do get some from Gary County that's not commingled, single stream.
Oh, you got some?
Yeah, it's commingled single stream. Same thing.
So if we decided to go this route, would we contract with you to do that?
No, we weren't thinking of a contract right now, but what we would, like I said, we'd run a test period, and then we can revisit that. The closest thing that we can do with a contract for us accepting things, there's a few different options, but it gets complicated with the federal government and contracting things out and bidding things and, competition. There are intergovernmental service agreements. If that would be one route that we could take. And that would be an agreement between your county and the garrison commander on Fort Riley for some type of municipal service, and ours would be like recycling. Those take a while. They're doing more and more of them in the Army. In fact, Fort Hood are probably the biggest recycle center in the Army. Just entered a major one with their communities around that. But that took like 3 years and lawyers and everything. If we wanted to do like a payment thing, it could be like an agreement per load, like, hey, we're gonna do this based on this price, and if it's not working for either party, we can go our separate ways.
No, I was just thinking, I'd hate the thought that we'd start, and then we got our load ready to come and say, no, don't bring them anymore.
And as of now, I don't foresee that coming. We're happy to get the materials to sell. Our machine can run about 1,600 tons a month, and we're nowhere near that right now. So we're well below its capacity, and the more materials, feedstock is what's called in the recycling industry, the more feedstock we get, clean stuff, the more we can put out. And it won't take our guys that much more work. And I'd also invite anybody who wanted to come up and see our recycle center. That might really help for you guys to see how we do things.
Biodegradable stream?
We don't usually take those from off post. We do have a compost yard where we compost things, but we don't typically take those with our recyclables. I imagine those would probably get a little heavy to haul, because that's not really worth a lot.
There's other benefits down the line from it.
Yeah, definitely. We only do yard waste and horse manure, so we don't do any of the food
So I do
composting
compost.
currently. That's how our permit works.
Certainly seems to be a viable option.
So where is it located on 4? Is it down by Forsyth?
It's in the Camp Funston area.
Oh, okay, that's, okay.
So you'd go up Highway 18 and then go in it's really close to the commercial vehicle entrance. So you go up Highway 18 a little ways and then that's the 12th Street exit and then we're like 2 blocks from there.
What's the wishes of the commissioner?
I think we should at least try it.
I mean,
She said, do the test.
it's not gonna hurt us to go through a testing period.
No.
I guess.
We're not getting paid nowhere else.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I keep checking with Waste Connections and they keep telling me the price is still down.
Yeah, well.
I don't know what it is right
Okay.
now. I can't.
Let's take devil's advocate, Bud, and say China starts opening the doors again and recycling goes up and we start getting paid pretty good again. That could be something that could happen. I don't expect that, but it could happen. So, you know, I don't want to cut this person short because I appreciate what you've done talking to Bud and giving us this opportunity. I just want to explore. I don't want to, you know, if you plan on us bringing it and then all of a sudden we say no for some reason because of money. Yeah.
And that'd be fine.
Yeah.
That'd be understandable.
Like I said, I don't like
And of course,
that.
your proceeds go to help the soldiers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
it's a
is,
great,
which is,
Yeah,
which
great
is
deal.
awesome, yes.
And that's the basic same agreement we have with K-State and Howie's in Manhattan right now.
Okay.
Is as long as the conditions are favorable for them to bring them to us, we're happy to take them.
Okay. Cool.
But if it doesn't, they have a better buyer or it's not working out for them. And that, a good example is glass. K-State used to bring us all their glass and they've found that they can sell that separately and segregate, so they collect it separately and we don't get any of K-State's glass.
well, it seems to be a viable option.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with trying it and seeing. Is there any kind of agreement we're into with Waste Connections?
Not aware of. I will
Not
check
that,
and make
yeah.
sure. If there is, it's probably run out by now because, you know.
Okay.
But I will check and make sure. I don't think there's
I think
any.
it's probably a matter of time us checking our end out and making sure, and then let Bud get in contact with you when to make a switch, and we'll start with. And I don't have no problem with the 2 months looking at us, and like that.
No, that way you kind of feel for what we've got too.
Yeah.
That's what our foreman.
Of course, that could change with who.
It's gonna take a second, it's gonna take about that much time for Hillsborough to get up to speed.
Yeah.
So,
When is that supposed to happen?
we got the truck in, so, they'll start with trash and just get the routes acquainted, and then we're gonna move to recyclables after that.
Cool.
Just ease it in there, because it's a little different receptacle.
So that might give us a good opportunity
Has,
over this time period to.
All the
Yeah, they
trash
will.
receptacles and recycle receptacles have shown up. They haven't been distributed yet.
Has McPherson picked up their bins over by the water tower yet?
No.
For recycles?
No, not
Okay, because I figured somebody would give me a call when they wanted the bin sitting over there, so.
I guess we have a consensus. Do we want to vote on this measure to give this a trial, at least through the trial option?
I'll make that motion to try the recycling, as long as there's no agreements that we have with Waste Connections, or see what the verdict is from Waste Connections. Are they gonna spit at us, you know?
Keep writing.
You know, and bring that back to us, but I'd make a motion that we try it.
Okay.
For a couple months.
Been moved and seconded to move forward with the Fort Riley recycling. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
3-0. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Contact me
Yeah.
when you need to.
Okay. As soon as I find out something, I'll get with you.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Have a good day.
Yep.
You got anything else for us, Bud?
I don't have anything else except for the meeting still on this afternoon. Randy?
2:30?
2:30? No, we gotta be there at 3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay.
3 o'clock's the meeting, so
Okay.
1:30?
Yeah.
1:45 at the latest?
Yeah, 1:30.
I would like to have you come back in, try to get on the agenda for the next meeting.
Yep.
Little bit of discussion about
What we learned.
what we've been talking about with a few of our taxpayers this week, so.
Okay.
So I was just gonna ask, I know I had a couple of photos, are you talking about the bin out there? Not the bin, okay. So the bin that we have out there with the trash, and you had told me on the phone that you have kind of the hours from in the morning,
Right.
on Monday morning, 24th,
Right.
until Saturday at noon.
Yeah, when they shut.
And I'm wondering if we can't maybe put it in the paper or something, because people don't know
Yeah.
that we're gonna be doing those specific hours.
I know it's on the website, the counties, it's on Facebook, it's on the transfer station website. It's on, I think, we have a Facebook page up there for.
We probably better post it in the paper though.
But I can,
I think, because I still get phone calls, and when I do explain to them,
Yeah.
you know, the hours, they're
Right.
happy, but they didn't know when they come with their car full of trash.
I
I've
looked
had-
in the recycle bins this morning and it was full of trash. From Saturday afternoon till this morning.
Yeah,
So,
that's.
I don't know, and you don't dare lock up them bins, put them up, because then that's defeating the purpose for, I mean, unless we just want to shut it.
That's creating a lot of work for
It
you.
is, it's, you know, I mean. if
First
you're-
thing Monday morning, we got a sewer town.
Mhm.
Trash is big business. Keeps the
Yes.
mafia out in the East
Yes.
Coast busy.
But yeah, I'll get on the agenda for the next meeting.
Next scheduled regular meeting.
Yeah. And like I say, I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Just wanted Chris to come in and talk to you and see what you
You know the
got.
hours again, Monday through,
Ben goes out 7 o'clock Monday morning,
okay?
and then it's out 24 hours a day until noon Saturday. That's when we shut the doors at the transfer station on Saturdays, 4 hours. So it goes in and it's not out Saturday afternoon or all day Sunday. And we prefer not to have any trash brought at that time because we don't want it in the recycle bins. That creates more work for the guys, and sometimes it's just as easy as much, depending on how much is there, just to push it into the trailer and call it trash. I mean, that might be, 12 to 2,400 pounds of recycle we lose,
But people that don't recycle wouldn't care.
no, they don't.
They wouldn't know the difference.
But people who do recycle, catching people putting trash in a recycle bin do care, and let me tell you, they get an earful.
I'm sure.
I guarantee you. So,
Public policing.
yes. And we need more of that. I mean, I've been checking on, Randy mentioned something, maybe putting up cameras, and I've been looking to see, but what are you gonna do with the camera?
Yeah.
If you catch it, what are you gonna
What is that
do?
gonna do?
Yeah.
You know, the only thing you can do is,
And do you even want to do that, Bud? I mean, really?
I don't.
No, you don't want to do it.
I
We don't want to be
you know,
forced to do it.
If we're not gonna enforce it in any way,
I think the whole idea is gonna change after we get a new building, and it depends on whether we fence it in, close it off, keep it, the accessibility and stuff like that. I think things will change quite a bit, so. That, with regards to that, did one of you have anything you specifically want to talk about for this new building?
That's why I asked Bud to come back.
Yeah. Well, I meant for the new building that you want to, in the plans maybe, like what we're gonna go see.
that's
the
what we're
plans.
gonna do this afternoon, is get that in so they can draw up the full set and bring it to you guys for your
Yeah.
approval.
I have nothing, Randy.
Okay,
You run
okay.
with it.
Well, if you don't.
The biggest thing I see that I know of that I'm gonna ask about is the way I understand it, Bud, where's the length of the building, 75 or so?
It's 80 by 75.
75 wide.
75 north and south,
Okay.
80 east and west.
Well, there's been some contact to me that if we got a building door in the middle of this building, let's say a round-barreled semi comes in to dump on the floor, is what, if the hole's over here, the dump hole, is to make sure we have enough, and that's what we've seen in a lot of these, is they have enough room between here and the drive-throughs to make sure this semi can either come in and make the angle in here, or cut the semi back to dump. And so with us taking and dividing this build, I don't know how far off we are from the pit to this area. So that's, I've had a couple trucks drivers say, just give us enough room so we can release, back it in.
Actually, it's set up that the doors are gonna be fairly close to the pit, and they're gonna pull in and dump and drive on out. They're gonna dump the length of the pit like they do now.
Well, and I think that's something we're gonna have to talk
Yeah,
about, because.
right.
So you're not talking about backing up at all?
No, I'm not talking about coming in there and backing up towards the pit. The design of the building originally was.
But if
Right.
we have a load here,
Yeah,
then that means before anybody else comes, just like what we have today, Bud,
right.
that this has all gotta be pushed in the hole. Because if it's close to the pit, it's gotta be pushed in the hole before the next guy can come through.
Right. Well,
So, that's just a concern that we're gonna have to determine which way we want it for the best of everybody. I mean, that's
I
what
mean, you have a guy there on a Bobcat when they're doing that.
that's what we got that
And I
new
know it
machine
doesn't take
takes.
a lot of time.
the new
but-
machine should be able to do it a lot faster.
Yeah, yeah, the new machine is.
The backhoe.
Designed, yeah, the rope tired hoe is designed to push and then pack, you know, that's the main machine of the whole operation, once it gets done. So, the way it should work and the way it's planned is even if you have a load dumped there next to the pit, if say you've got two trash trucks sitting there, first one dumps, the second one should be able to come up and dump right beside it. And then you can
Still
push
room
down.
for the-
Now, as far as for an end dump, yeah, you may have to wait and dump one load, push it in, and then bring them in, you know, just like we do now. I mean, we're gonna have the room to be able to back up.
But do you get very many of those in there?
Demolition.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it was.
But
demo-
usually,
Yeah.
when they haul in, they have one barrel dump and one 10-wheeler hauling. So you're not having them there all at the same time. And then if you get a roll-off that shows up once in a while, you know,
Yeah, roll-offs and other things.
that's equivalent to like a barrel dump, you know. And it's just something that, you know, we need to look at it. And the way it's designed, it should work, you know, to dump one load, because you're going to be able to get over close to the pit, because we're not going to have that big area where it sticks out over into the pit area, you know.
Correct.
So we still don't want everybody right next to the pit for safety's sake.
Right.
But you should be able to have enough room to get in the door, and if you got to turn a little bit and then dump and then turn back out to go out the door, you know.
Well, that's one area I want to address
Right.
this after.
Yeah.
With them,
Yes.
see what it's gonna look like, see what it's gonna do.
And that's
Then you
what
tell
this-
me of your trash trucks that come in, what's gonna happen when we do this.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
Yeah, and that's what this meeting is
And if we have
for.
room for side by side, Bud, where
Yeah.
two trash trucks can come in, and I've seen that, Marion and Hillsborough both show up at the same time, or
Yeah.
Florence and
Yeah.
Hillsborough, to where they could dump at the same time and go on.
Right.
That's a goal, is to improve this time.
That's what the goal is with this design, is to get two of them to dump side by side, and then we push it in and pack it, you know.
Okay.
That way, if we have to push half of it in
Yeah.
and pack, and then push the other half, like we saw up
Right.
there at Osage County.
Yes.
Where they were dumping in, you know.
That
Of
was
course,
the
they
other-
were backing into the pit.
The truck was already half or 3/4 full, and then here comes his trash truck full, so then he pushes some of his trash truck in, but then he has to stop and pack. And that creates a stopping
Yeah.
point, so.
But he still had an open spot for another truck to
But I
come
mean,
in
the
and
pit's
dump.
gonna be big enough to hold
Yeah.
several trucks before
No.
you, just.
No, the pit is just big enough for the one truck.
For our trailer.
Right,
Yeah, for
but
our-
I mean, you could get more than one trash truck
yes.
dumped in there before you have to pack?
Yeah. You want a certain amount in there before you pack, so that way you're not messing the trailer up and stuff. But yeah, it should work the way,
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
so. But that's,
All right.
that's all I have, and thank you for
Thank you,
inviting
Bud.
me.
I'll see you at 1:15 something.
You just gonna come up there?
Yeah, I'll come up there.
Okay. Thank you, Randy. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thanks for working
Kent.
for Riley, that was great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it is 12 o'clock and we have a scheduled lunch break.
Well, I don't know if Brad
Or
has-
Brad, do you have something for us?
Other than the resolutions I passed out last time for your review, I don't know if anybody brought those back with them.
I haven't.
If you want to take any action on any of that.
Well, I think we need to move on them quickly.
It'd be helpful.
You want to take a few minutes to work on that?
Yeah, let's do
Okay.
that. I just have another copy of them. 'Cause I did not. Need them.
We got those last week.
Yeah, I didn't do anything with them. I
Did
did.
you do anything different with the park one, because that was missing a section?
The park one is missing, how do we want to describe that, which is an exhibit. That element of it is really more Isaac than me. And then also we have the fees, registration, and inspection. So I don't know for sure. The others will be exhibits.
I can bring hers, I can bring copies.
So we have 3 resolutions. One, if you recall, was one declaration about the use of easements in the county. In fact, we're looking to enforce and direction to staff to go ahead and begin that process in terms of notice and everything else. So that's one. That was self-contained and ready to go. The other was the utility vehicles. I went ahead and put all the definitional elements to that and set that all up. The only thing there was the inspection portion of it. And I did include, if you'll recall, the golf carts, because when I went out there, saw several of them in use at that point of golf carts.
Yep.
All night, swim upstream, to get that regulated as well. And then the floating docks is self-contained and ready to go as well.
Right.
The declaration that we're requiring that they would be publicly accessible, and therefore, from an insurance perspective, we're
Right.
sure as well.
So do you have a penalty in there for those docks?
I don't.
If they are not public, because there is one out there that's actually covered, and therefore it is not publicly accessed. What would we do in that case?
This was really done, there was a declaration based on, like, if you recall, Byron was in the one day and asked about you guys insuring those, and that's all I think is for. We could do one of the penalty sections in it, that's very easy to do. That if we find that that's an issue, that they're citable.
Because, well, like I say, we have something existing out there now,
I wasn't aware.
which is, well, I just learned myself this past week that there was one that's actually enclosed.
Sure.
So therefore, there is no public access to it.
Yep, I could even do that separately from this one, there's one that's more of a punitive measure, if they're not accessible and we find that they're not, would be cited and everything, or you at least.
And then would you have to make it accessible? I mean, just to pay a fine, or would you have to make it?
The way we're
then-
set up right now, as I understand it, when you look at our current pamphlet and everything that's required in terms of the regulations that are passed for the lake, it says there's no exceptions.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be made accessible.
So if it's being maintained privately and secured in some way, we either have to allow that, which we don't right now, or reinforce that with a penalty section.
And how long is that, is it a one-time, I mean, what would you suggest would be a one-time penalty, or, because personally,
No, each day is a different, you
Each
initially
day that
cite
exists-
someone and then.
each day that exists.
Yeah, and then normally what we've done is set it up, we'll give someone notice to cure. They have 30 or 60 days to get that resolved, or longer if they apply for an extension to do so, because it may be that they're having to rebuild something or take off the county. Then at that point, they're citable. Once they're citable, each day is a new violation, and that's almost all of them.
You better check.
So how do we determine what that's gonna be? That's just an amount that we would set.
And depending upon just how much of a deterrent you want it to be, how stiff you want to be with something like that. Because obviously if you make it $10, it's really not going to hurt anybody too badly, unless of course it's a daily accrual, which is why we do it that way. I think it's expensive very quickly.
but either way, that would contradict then the rule in the other part, if you kind of blew it off.
Yeah, as it is right now, we have it specified, we have a requirement that any and all that are on the lake shore be publicly accessible. I went and looked that up and got everything from him, when he and I spoke. And those regulations are ones that he keeps out there and they apply. And it doesn't have an exception that I'm aware of. When you have a private dock and there's no grandfathering provision.
Yeah, it does. The owner of that one that you're talking about come in through County Commission and Dale Snelling. And the only thing that I disagree with is that the rule said that you should be able to walk out and throw a fish off of it. And there is no sides to that. In my opinion, there was supposed to have been a side to where
you could bore a boat
to where you could, the boat was enclosed.
Yeah.
But the others, you could walk out on the side of the dock and go fishing, and I don't think there is no sides to that. If I'm
Okay, it's
correct.
completely covered.
And it's in the commission minutes.
So the walkway is in the middle of it, not on the side, to get
Just
to the
walk through
boat.
it, yeah.
So there's no
No.
access for anybody?
No, when he has it enclosed, it's enclosed. He asked about that, and I thought the open part would be around the side
sides.
of it.
And that would suffice if he had that, but if he doesn't,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Randy, I think there is a walkway on one side, isn't there?
Is there? I don't know, Dave.
I think so.
Okay, if it goes around to the
Well,
back where
I think
you
you
can,
could walk to the end of the shed.
on one side or the other, huh?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think.
I know that's what we asked for because,
It's been there for 20 years too.
no, not that
We're talking
one.
about a different
No.
one.
This is a newer one.
Lindley?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is,
Well, I'm
talking about a metal one probably.
Maybe we ought to investigate another one though.
Yeah,
But-
I don't know which,
You're
yeah.
talking about Lindley, so you-
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, and it's been since I've been a commissioner, so it's been 14
I thought it'd
years.
been there longer than that.
No, but Dave Snelling, or
14.
Dale Snelling was brought it in and talked to the commission, and the rules does say that you should be able to have public to where they can go out and fish off of it. And I didn't know that was on there.
Okay.
If it is,
I'm
well,
not
then
a-
maybe it's fine, then, okay.
I'm 50/50.
Yeah.
But don't we need to make sure it's in writing, because usually they say if it's not written and it's not.
Yeah, because the way it is written, it is in writing now that it's compelling that they all be public. It does not have any indication unless otherwise being
That's the only one.
an exception or anything. There's been no provision granted for that.
That's the only one that I know of that's been done that way.
Because I wanted to look at his information before we went ahead and passed this.
Because it did stir up the people to where, are we gonna have a Lake of the Ozarks out here? I mean, that's what it's gonna look like if we allow it.
And a shed city.
Yeah.
I didn't copy this one for the ATVs or UTVs because we're missing
Yeah.
section 5 yet.
Yeah, and that's what we still need to discuss briefly to determine what the fees should be on that. I didn't have any note to that effect. That's the only one that, well. we have to
I think it's
decide.
better.
Well, I'm ready to act on these resolutions.
Yes, I am too.
Would let Isaac move forward on everything.
So this one is about the, you're talking about like the people that use our hay bales and
Yes.
stuff like that, and easements and things
Yes.
like that. And do we have in here, I'm sorry, because I didn't read those. But do we have in here penalties, or we have to make that into separate on that as well?
I would go ahead, what we do with that, we already have penalties in place in terms of our normal code. It's a form of trespass, and so you can be cited that way. It doesn't have to have anything in here necessarily unless we wanted something separate for the purpose. And I don't know that at this point I'd advise that. If they're trespassing, it's going to, ultimately, we send out the enforcement element of that, and then get the sheriff's department involved. It gets serious.
How hard is it to actually enforce that?
Not too hard, because if you can establish where the easement, the public property is, and you're encroaching on it, it's very much like someone coming onto your property and throwing a bunch of bales down. I mean, it's the same thing. You can compel.
Or
the
farming
people
out
who-
the road.
Yeah.
But I think this is important enough that we need to get it published, because we're already in the planting
Yeah,
season.
well, and you're getting into that point where we're gonna have a lot of ditch maintenance during the summer as well.
Right.
And when you drive around, it's
Yeah.
pretty blatantly violated.
Somebody's got a mature crop out there on the road.
It breaks my heart.
We're trying to put a ditch in,
Mhm.
then we've got problems.
So this actually, I'm sorry, it does address farming on the road?
And this is any form, I made it very general in nature, and went ahead, storage or placement of personal property of any sort, or use of it for personal benefit of any kind or character.
I see that there now. Okay.
And then I noted the civil and criminal remedies. We do have some ability with some of our earlier resolutions to go ahead and assert a penalty, and, like cost of remediation and that kind of thing, if someone's taken a ditch shut. But there's also the criminal side of this, which is your trespass, nuisance, several different ways you can go about citing someone for that.
There are some areas that these people have been doing this for years. And
Yeah, you
so
can
you probably,
actually-
I can see where that's gonna blow a little bit till you get the point across.
And they're used to it. I mean, there are some where you once had a ditch where really you don't find much of it, but it's now, if even
If
that.
that-
The only issue I see is we do have some good stewards out there that do some ditch mowing for us.
Mhm.
Is it wise? I don't know, but they've done it for years. property looks good, they keep it down.
And if you
And I wouldn't want that to be considered a trespass.
No, and if you recall with the earlier one that we did when we were talking about the issues related to someone going and joining our roadway with their private drive and those kinds of things, I did make provision for that. And if there was ever any concern, it could be something where you could act on it and say, in this particular circumstance, we weigh that because the benefit that's being achieved outweighs by far any kind of trespass of any sort.
Okay, and so do we need to actually, like if I were to see something or the road, well, I know it says like the road goers most often are alerted to this, but they don't hit all the roads all the time. So if somebody sees it, take a picture and bring it in and report it, and that's all it takes?
Yeah.
With the
If we're going
address?
to do it through the county to start with, it'd be with, Road and Bridge, and then they'll probably confirm exactly what kind of an encroachment we have, because we need to have that. If we're going to go ahead and take it over to the sheriff's office, they're going to have to know, well, okay, are they really encroaching or not? Do we have probable cause to cite someone?
Okay.
Okay. We've got a resolution number 2019-03, a resolution of the County of Marion. Well, I'll make a motion. What I'll do is I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2019-03, a resolution of the County of Marion directing enforcement of prohibition or placement of private property on or interference with public right-of-way or easement of Marion County, Kansas.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0.
Yeah, the second one probably that I would take up is because it's basically self-contained, is the one involving the public, or the floating docks or public docks. And again, if we want to do anything there with a specific penalty, I can either do that as a separate resolution or bring this one back to you, whatever you want to do. This one was intended to address the issue for insurance purposes because.
Didn't we say we had some examples of trespass fee that would be the same as through the sheriff's department?
It'd be the same thing. I mean, you could go that route again.
Wouldn't it be better to do that?
Well, that's a good question, because we're gonna be talking about articles and so on, and it gets, when you have a piece of it here, and a piece of it here, and here, and here, and here, and here.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if it was uniform with what we consider a trespass fee violation from the sheriff's department.
It does get very complex.
I probably believe this is the way it is then, because this deals with the primary issue that we were discussing, and the only one I had in mind, which was to make sure we confirmed that the county was making this requirement, therefore there was some insurability on our part as well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will make a motion to approve resolution 2019-04, a resolution of the County of Marion establishing and confirming authorization for the construction and maintenance of floating docks at the Marion County Park and Lake by property owners, and confirming the intention of Marion County to share liability for the use of such docks by the public and as outlined in the regulations adopted for their use by Marion County.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0.
And I'll need signatures from all of you on those two with the numbers. It's on the back.
Okay.
That one don't have a number on it.
This one's supporting the numbers.
What?
I'm sorry, I didn't intend for those to be on both sides of the budget. It is, I just won't like that.
Let's see, where was the other one? Did I give, oh, there's the other one.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we have the one dealing with utility vehicles, Park and Lake.
And here are those other the copies for the other two commissioners of that. That's for Randy.
One primary thing that we needed to discuss and confirm, we had discussed it briefly, but I think we got to a final decision on section 5, on the second page of it. Registration and license fees, as well as an application and inspection. We talked about the city, for example, potentially doing the inspections as they currently do them for theirs. But I don't know, I didn't have any note.
And did they agree to do that? Did Isaac say?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know that that's ever been fully confirmed with them.
So we need to get confirmation on that before we adopt it?
It probably was better, and then what we could do so that I could get it completed ready, is if we have a fee in mind, and typically what a lot of the cities do, they'll have an annual inspection of these, and anywhere from 25 to 50 bucks is what they've been charging. Just to give you an idea, you can do whatever you want, but that's been the standard. And then I know Isaac had told me he had some type of a placard already that he could
Sticker or
modify,
something.
yeah, to put on. And then I'm probably also going to add, after talking with him the other day, an exhibit which will show something akin to this with the legal, this is where they're authorized and allowed to be used within the park property, which is those internal, all those internal roadways. I don't know how we'll describe that, but we'll figure that part out.
So then can we direct Isaac to find out for us who will do that inspection for us?
And then if you, and if we do it as an annual, and I suspect it's a good idea to at least do some type of an annual.
I think
That's
it has
just
to
my
be
view.
annually.
Because I don't know how else you do it. I mean, people change them, they buy different ones. So that portion of it didn't sound like he had any real issue with what would be required, which is going to be similar to what the city was using, and I looked at that, and that looks fine. Because it basically, you're confirming that they've got all the lights, that they're basically ready to go, so you can run them on the roadway. Within the fee, whatever fee we want to charge annually.
I don't know whether you're intending for this, but in Peabody, there's 2 or 3 now. I don't know, you've got micro utility vehicle. Is that one of them where I see an adult sitting on what should be an adult's or a kid's vehicle?
No, these are specifically taken from the state statute as well as like the city, uniform city code that the league puts out.
Okay.
That 48 inches in width, an overall length of 135, 800 pounds. All of that's established because it's a certain type of vehicle, and generally what you normally consider a side-by-side.
Okay.
Well, they also have these little pickups that aren't highway legal.
Yep.
That they sell now too.
And I kind of tried to cover the utility task vehicle covers that element of it as well, because the micros are a little bit heavier. They're usually the 1,500-pound ones, and that's the side-by-side that we all see, Polaris and Gators and those kinds of things. The utility task vehicle, we used to see them running around all over the place like a Boeing. It's a little
Cushman scooter.
Yeah, and Cushman's, and they've got a cab on them, fully enclosed. Some of them are air conditioned. Some of the cities use them as a little runaround because it costs virtually nothing to drive them around to go patch holes or do little tasks. So that's why those 2 are there, and then I also put the golf cart definition in there as well.
So some of these little things that I'm seeing in Peabody show up out there, they're not allowed.
Right.
Okay.
Part of the problem with that, I think we've heard that start in Salina maybe, you had those little scooters, and you also had those really smaller ones like you're describing. You're in a truck and you don't even see
Visibility isn't there.
They're, the adults is sitting there like this in them, and the kids sitting beside them. They're side by side is what they are.
Yeah, it's
but yet
akin to a little side-by-side go-kart. And
Yeah.
they are.
Well, they make a very small side-by-side now too. It's kind of like a kid's version.
Yeah, yeah. And those, at least the ones that I've seen, don't come into this. They're just not big enough.
Okay.
We wanted them at least a size that you can see. And a slow-moving placard if you're at a certain speed. I've still got these set up where we're going to hear about it from some people, but I've got one that goes 65. Yeah, that's right, you do, but you're not going to go that fast on this one. And then we set it at 40 miles per hour because most of them have that governor on them if they're that tight. So that's why all that's in there. I can always modify it if we want to expand it a little bit, but you get all kinds of stuff out there if you start allowing everything.
Is next week too short a time period?
Not from my perspective.
We want to
I
get
think
this instituted as quickly as we can.
Yeah, I've talked to him already, so I think it's just a matter of confirming with him what arrangements he's made, if any, or if he wants it done out there, because he talked about being out at the office a lot, whether there's some inspection checkoff form that they want to use right there. I don't care, as long as we enforce the thing and get it inspected so that the sticker is legitimately given and they pay the fee. I think the only thing I'd need to know for sure is what you'd like to use as that application or license fee.
Well, I like-
Dollars and cents wise?
Yeah, I like the $50 fee.
Would that be
myself.
the same for a golf cart as it would be a side-by-side?
Yeah, it's just
Anything with four wheels
Yep.
on it.
To make it simple.
We want that, I don't know.
I mean, it's a recreational vehicle, it's a privilege and stuff.
For a year,
Yeah,
it's for a year.
That'd be
Yeah,
a year.
it's not that
$50
bad.
for a year.
We'll go with that. I'll just put that in for now and then talk to him about his inspection plan and get that memorialized in here. And as I said, I'll probably add an exhibit with this on it when then it's ready to go.
Okay.
Very good. Do they have any next week so I can do that? We talked about.
There will not be a regular meeting next week. We'll have a special meeting on the 29th for interviews and then payday on the 30th. You could potentially put it on the 30th, but I wouldn't put much
Yeah.
if it's
We'll
ready.
Put it on, have it so we can do
No.
it.
Since the board's already discussed, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we can
Diane's
take
gonna
care of
be
that
out
pretty
that
quickly.
day, so-
Yeah, it wouldn't
Yeah,
take.
I will probably not be here on the 30th, and so that's why
Okay.
I
We can
asked
get it
it.
done next Monday.
do we need to do that little 5-minute executive
Mhm.
attorney-client
Mhm.
before you break for lunch?
Yeah, contract negotiations. We can have one for that, please. Something we can take care of.
Attorney-client privilege for contract negotiation. How long do we need?
5 minutes is all we need.
Okay. I move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss attorney-client privilege number 2 for contract discussion pursuant to KSA 75-439B with the commission, Brad and Tina, until 12:26. And then we'll resume back in open session.
Second.
Okay, move the second, all in favor? Aye.
Oh, there you go, I see the red light.
Okay. It is now 12:35 and,
Just a quick question. What are we discussing on Article 27?
We're going to discuss Article 27 and all the ins and outs of Article 27 as they relate to the
Okay.
county and the statutes and things like that.
Okay. My question to our attorney is we're not considering, what happens if you try changing something that this plan of the ballgame?
You have the ability.
Yeah, but what does that open up to people that's already filed on Article 27 and it says this, this, and this, and then we change it?
And that was my question for Pat at a different time, well, not anyone, whether it relates to that project or any other kinds of things. As long as what's dispositive are building permits. Once those are issued, then generally you are, with very few exceptions, compelled to abide by what was
Your
done at the
grandfather.
time. Yeah.
And we're not there yet.
Right. At the point, though, that those haven't been issued, you still have the ability to make changes throughout, and then those become part and parcel of the various applications. And I mean, it's consideration someone has to abide by.
Okay.
So the reason it was put on the agenda though today was because Diane had asked that the board send that article to the planning commission for review. And so the board wanted to discuss that, if there are specific things they want to send back or not, because
And Sharon was, asking if you had particular things of concern. She wanted to kind of, if you had a punch list. So I'll
because
call it
wouldn't that be a
the-
board thing? The
Yeah.
board would need to
Exactly.
take that action to send it.
I'm just concerned about opening ourselves up for lawsuits. That's what I'm.
Honestly though, Randy, I've really considered that, but the way I'm hearing, we're gonna get sued no matter what.
Well,
we do.
probably, I'm not gonna
So
deny that.
I'm only
yeah.
thinking about protecting the county,
Yeah.
and I don't care what direction the lawsuit comes from.
Yeah.
To me, that's irrelevant. If I'm doing the right thing,
Yeah. And I'm just wondering if it's like you say we do have that right. I'm just questioning.
Yeah, no, I understand. That was the
Okay.
question I asked him. That's
Okay.
the reason I did that day when we were discussing all of these things at one point.
Okay.
Because it depends upon the area of law you're in. In some instances, the dispositive factor, definitive factor is when you apply for something, then what's in place at that point. It's not the case with these, and he reassured me several times regarding, like these projects, till the building permit is issued, those changes can still be reviewed and made.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we are going to adjourn until 1 o'clock. We will resume back here in the commission room at 1 o'clock in open session with a commission discussion of Article 27.
Get it done in 15 minutes.
Take a short break.
We're gonna have some discussion.
Back in session. Our next agenda item is a commission discussion of Article 27, the planning and zoning regulations. I will tell the public that this is a commission discussion. Any comments you want to make would be made in an open session when we're done with the commission discussion. So at this time, we're still waiting on one of our commissioners. She requested this discussion, so Randy, do you have anything to add?
Well, I will just tell you and the public right now that I've visited with some past planning and zoning commission members that set some of these up, and they're just wondering whether it's the right time to look at them now or not. We've asked Brad whether it's the right time to look at them now or not, and he says we can make some changes on some of these rules on Article 27 if we need to before the permits was issued. I am concerned of changing things right now in the middle of the ball game, and that's the rules that we went into. I asked Mr. Pat Hughes about these when we talked to Pat, and I said, where's our rules stand, A to F? And he did give us some areas to where they could be improved. So that was his feeling, but all in all, he said most of them was in pretty good shape. So I don't know exactly areas, whether we're looking at changing some of the roads and things like that, some of that agreement stuff. I don't know.
Sharon, what was the update on the Article 27? Was it last year? That was updated?
2018.
It was March of 2018. That was that a revision, or was that new?
It was a revision.
Okay, it was a revision.
2016, I believe, was when there were quite a few revisions throughout. March of 2018, I think there was just like one paragraph changed.
I mean, actually the article in its revised form is only about a little over a year old at this point. Yeah. And I do know that there was a lot of time and input directed to that, along with professional help when that was put in. So I don't know where our other commissioner is. If he had questions, can ask for this session. So. At this point, I'll wait for about 5 minutes and then we'll move on.
I will tell the public I'll be checking out. I'm headed to Junction City with Bud Drews for the new plant. Transfer station. Thank you. Yeah. They're in the beginning stages of, not the beginning, the mid stages of that. They want to sort of look at, see how it's going to be designed, and see if we can throw out any possible problems that we can find right now. And so I'm going up there with Bud and take a look at what they have laid out. I guess my interpretation is, from what I've seen of transfer stations, is we need a building with a roof over it. Not necessarily doors on it or anything else. There's a lot of them out there without doors and stuff like that. We will try to improve the personal side of it. That's one thing we've seen in Hutch and a couple other areas, where if you pull up with your personal vehicle, you can have a garage door over here, and and you can raise the garage door and throw your stuff on the floor and not have to pull out on the floor. So that's one thing that we'll try doing, improving the personal side of it, as far as people, especially country people, that bring trash in and when we're not open. That may be something we're trying to extend some hours or do something different with that too. So, I've had a couple calls that really are interested in it because they're working couples, and they either try to plan it on a Saturday morning or something like that to get their trash in. So there's some issues that we need to solve.
We're on hold.
So when you see me leave here about 8-10 minutes, well, you'll know where I'm headed. Not just that I don't have good company. I got good company here. So. I got fired when I was late.
Since it's quiet, did everyone put their name on the tablet?
Are we gonna have a drawing?
Oh, we could. Did everyone get a chance to put your name on the attendance roster? Okay. What's that?
Randy did.
Yeah, he does that.
Okay. Thank you all for doing that. Did you all put your names on?
Yes.
I guess I would tell the audience at this point, when we do go into open session, to keep your, whatever you want to bring up, keep it in regards to Article 27, because that is what we're on. So we'd appreciate that.
But in the public comment section,
public.
can they comment on anything?
Well, we can do that at the end, but I mean, if we're on 27, if someone has a comment about Article 27, we'll listen to that to begin with. And then at the end, if you have something else.
She's on her way, she's upstairs.
Am I surprised? Yeah, my gosh, sorry. Okay. Sorry for the delay, but unfortunately, I didn't know Brad wasn't gonna be able to stay today. And I really needed legal counsel today, so I had to talk to him ahead of time.
Okay, Diane requested this session in regard to Article 27, so I'll let you go ahead.
Okay. So, and I know Brad has to leave, so he'll be leaving soon. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to get right to the point since Brad's here, because I wasn't going to do it this way. But I'm actually going to request that the county put a moratorium on the windmills for a period of time due to some more information that I've learned about our articles. And I'm going to point some of these things out to the commission. I think Brad had said to me that he will probably, or maybe, bring up the point of a moratorium at another time, simply because today is not a good day. He's in a hurry, Brandy's in a hurry, and so on. So what I've learned is, as I'm going through this, and this is Article 27, is where I'm going to start. We've had several changes in our resolutions in Article 27 over just the past year, 2 years. Article 27 is a land use article, and it applies to the very heart of the future of our county, the way we proceed with it. So I will say one of the inconsistencies that I found was there was a text change to Article 27 on the 26th day of February, and that was publicized on the 24th, which that appeared, that actually applied to Article 27-107. In that right there, in that particular article, it gave it said about the 20 feet from a resident about putting a tower up, but it also gave the correction on that, or the amendment was that unless the tower is placed on an existing property. In so doing that, there would be cases, or could potentially be cases then, that would move that tower closer to a non-participating resident. So that would be something we would certainly want to address. The second amendment to that over the past couple of months was on August the 25th of 2016. Publication on that particular text amendment was on August the 3rd. And that's fine. Everything is okay right there, and on that right there is the one that, if I'm not mistaken, they actually, that was Article 27-103, and that's where they changed the overlay district to go from the specific area, unincorporated, to Marion County, the whole county. Having said that, the next article change was on December, the 6th day of December in 2016. That's the one where they actually repealed the existing Article 27 and created a new Article 27. But the problem that I have with this is that it was publicized on August the 3rd of 2016, and the public hearing did not take effect until 2016, the 6th day of December, which is in violation of the statute. And therefore, in this particular one, there is no evidence that people were notified. And in a land, it does say that this is a text amendment, but this is actually a land use article. So therefore, the statute requirements are different for that. The people in the surrounding areas have to be notified in writing, in addition to the publication. And I'm quite positive that did not happen. So that needs to be addressed. Then, of course, there was one other change, and that's where we went back and changed the end date for some of the Doyles, which is irrelevant at this point. I will also go on then to say Article 27 is not a standalone article. Article 27 incorporates Article 12 and Article 19. Those right there are also land use articles. They have a lot of requirements, a lot of restrictions. They have a lot of protections in them to the people, the taxpayers of our county. So when you redone that and you took all those away, amended those, and I have not had time because of the Holy Weeks that we went, the Holy Week that we just experienced, and all the things involved in that. I didn't have time to really compare apples to apples. But what I have noticed is there is a lot of inconsistencies in that. I will also go on then to say Article 31 is a very important article because it does have to do with the overlay district in our zoning. Article 31 vanished. But yet all the Doyles, one of the requirements throughout all the Doyles, requires compliance to Article 31, 101 through 111. And all of those, most of those, and again, I need time, we need time to get this straight. Those articles apply to the safety, well-being, and health of the citizens. Article 24, which also is part of this, deals with, again, the Goldens, which these are things that the courts and the people can take into consideration when going into these type of projects and others. Not limited to wind, but any type of projects throughout the county. These golden standards are accepted by the court, and that came in effect from Golden versus Overland Park. They are listed in Article 24. They're not verbatim, but they do cover the same information. I have several other things with the minutes and things as to where a lot of these articles took place. There are things that I do know for a fact through Article 27, which now seems to be the premise as we go forward to large projects. A lot of things that were taken out are absolutely necessary to go forward for both sides, to protect the wind company and to protect our citizens. So my proposal to the board is that we file a moratorium, and I don't know how long it's going to take, but I know we're going to have time. These have to be, all these things need to be addressed and need to be actually cleaned up. And so I think it would be detrimental to the county to proceed and not take action at this time to at least get our things in order and correct just the very few inconsistencies that I have found to be, I think that I have found that need to be addressed for sure, need to be fixed and changed. So that is my question to the board right now. I'm going to ask that we put on a moratorium to address these things, to go back to planning and zoning. And again, I will also say that this is just the touch of the iceberg. I did not bring some of the other things that I found and that are out there that are also, it's going to take time. This is complex. I mean, this is really complex. And I had a little diagram that I made of our zoning deal, which is kind of goofy, but I can't find it now, but anyway, that doesn't matter. But that's what I'm asking the commission to do at this time. Did you read Article 27, Randy?
Yes.
And you both read it? So then did you see where the other articles play a part in that?
I did not.
I'm saying first of all, I think you take and show us the board what what you just talked about, all of them, so we can research that. And second of all, I'd probably send it right to Pat Hughes, the attorney, for it.
Well, it's actually our planning and zoning's job. It's not Pat Hughes' job to do this. And I do have some documents in my file that I did not bring with me, to where in the past, when some of these things were taking place, he did make some statements against these things. But I mean, we've never asked him today. I mean, but I do have some documents to state that. But I have no problem whatsoever with Pat Hughes to review it. But I don't see where we should pay Pat Hughes when we have a planning and zoning board that this is their job to do. And even if you hire Pat Hughes, and that's fine with me, you're still going to need time. You're still going to need time to do it, because this is a very time-consuming.
Well, the way you stated them, though, you said there was violations.
Yes, I did.
And that's why I'd like to see if Pat says there's violations on them, well, then we could address them.
Okay, let's just bring the one up here to Brad, since he is hanging out. The one where I showed you about the meeting in December the 6th, is that a violation, would you say?
In terms of the not noting the date and time of the publication, yes. In terms of what statutory requirement is.
And then notifying the people in writing. Yeah. So that's just one quick violation right there.
Now, that's your side of the information. We haven't sent it to Sharon yet to see if that's true. I mean, we don't know whether it's true or not.
Well, I have the resolution, it has the date right on it. I'll let you see it. So right here it is. This is the resolution. It is Resolution 2016-16. And if you look here at the top, you'll see when it was published in the papers that August the 3rd, 2016. And then it says, whereas the 6th day of December of 2016, it had their meeting.
Yeah.
And then I would suggest you go to the minutes and see if there was actually a meeting, a public hearing. That's another subject, because I don't see that in the minutes, that there was actually a public hearing held. And I was at those meetings. Those are the meetings I was attending. And I know for a fact when I was there was no big crowd. But I'm just saying, so I'm showing you an article, I'm showing you a resolution that passed. I think your signature is on the back of that, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm sorry, no, I did not provide you guys with all this information. You have it at your disposal, the same as I do, to do some research on it if you so desire.
Is there a way that we can verify violations in a short term? You know,
For example, if there's that's like a publication and
already
notice
done an
requirements,
open
if they're all in
records
their
request
file, then they
Why
were
don't you
done. If
speak
they
up?
weren't, then they weren't.
So right here, Sharon, do you have that list of people that you sent the letters to
For the,
For the
for
last-
which portion?
for the last, I'm sorry, he has my document.
For the public hearing?
For the public hearing, for resolution 2016-16, you would need to have a list of all the people that you notified and a copy of the publication. Do you have that available?
So was this for text amendments
No,
to the
this is a
zoning
land use.
regulations?
This is a land use. This is Article 27.
Open records requests have been already put in planning and
Okay,
zoning.
well, I'm sorry, I was just asking, she had questioned, I asked her, she should have that on her file if
So
that was
if it was
correct.
a text amendment, yes, we sent them to municipalities and to townships.
And I understand that, but what I'm saying is, the copy of this says it's a text amendment,
Okay.
but this is not a text body, this is
That's
land
probably-
use. So that's a wordage that should not have been there,
Okay,
but even still,
okay.
I would like to see your publication since he's questioning it,
Okay, I think that would be a question for the attorney.
if you publicize it or not. Would be
No,
a
if
question
it's
for the
land
attorney.
use or text amendment. If it's a text amendment, we're only required by state
understand.
statute to
To
notify
publicize.
municipalities and townships.
And publicize it. You're required to publicize it in the
Yes.
paper. And
The public
according to
hearing.
this, you didn't publicize it in the paper. You publicized it, you're saying August the 3rd.
Okay,
And then you had a meeting December the 6th.
okay.
We also have all
And the-
mail, all newspapers for the
Ma'am,
entire 2000.
Yeah,
As I
okay,
stated,
let's
when
So-
we're in open session, I'll let you speak.
So the question then that I had for you,
Was there a public hearing? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, so I'm asking you that
Okay,
question, because I'm not showing that there was a public hearing. But even if there was a public hearing, let's just assume there was, your public notification on August the 3rd, and then to state that you actually had the public hearing on December 6th does not meet statute. That makes this whole thing here, I think, I may be wrong, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm thinking this amendment would be invalid. I'm thinking, since the people were not properly notified. But I'm just saying.
I can check into that.
Are these all questions that Pat Hughes needs to
Well,
answer?
and that's one of the
or-
reasons why I was hoping that Brad would be, and I do all respect he needs to leave, and I don't want to hold him up, but that's what I wanted to present to the commission. And so, and I will also say to the commission too, when I do my research, I know Randy had said more about it, provided that to him. You know, again, everybody should know by now, I try very hard to do my homework, and I just do not have the time or the resources to do yours too. So I'm just not gonna be able to do that.
No matter what we think, it's all a matter of the attorney's opinion. That comes down to that bottom line,
And it
so,
depends which attorney you're talking to, I guess, yeah.
that's correct. That's why I say Pat's the one we've hired to do this. If there's a problem, we'll send him to him and see what he says.
So I guess, are you not willing to, because there's other things that I just haven't brought up due to the restraint of time. So are you saying that you don't want to take the time to study this and research this and go back to planning and zoning? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying, if you think that something's illegal, then we need to get a ruling on it.
I think there's a lot illegal.
Yeah,
So I'm
that's-
saying we
that's what
need
I'm
time.
saying. So
I'm
you
saying
go-
we need time.
I think we need Pat's opinion on that to move
If-
forward.
If you think something's illegal for the sake of the planning and zoning department, I would like an attorney's opinion on it. That's not my call, that's not my judgment to make, I'm not an attorney.
And I wasn't asking you,
so-
Sharon. I wasn't asking
Okay.
you yours. I was talking to Mr. Dawkey in his response, why I'm requesting the time.
Okay.
And if I think that it is, I'm thinking that it needs to be examined and checked out, that we should not be freely going forward, recognizing that there are issues, or possibly could be issues. Okay, I mean, to be just turn a blind eye to it is foolish. I mean, after all, the decisions that we make are gonna affect Marion County for, what, 60, 80 years? I'd at least like to make sure that we do it right for both sides.
So would we take and just shut the other wind farm down, say it was done illegal then?
Randy, I'm not gonna answer stupid questions like
Well, I
that.
don't know.
I wasn't
Should I
talking
send that
about
to
that
attorney
when,
too?
I was not talking about that.
Well,
So-
it was done under this, wasn't it?
No, it was not. No, not all of it was.
Well, it was.
Well, some of the stuff wasn't.
I'm just saying, if we got something illegal,
Okay, you know what? I'm all for it if that's what you want to do. If that's what you're saying, I'll go along with that. I mean, that's not my words, that's yours.
Well, I think we need to move forward from where we're at, and I would like to get an opinion from Pat Hughes on whether there are violations. If there are, then we need to deal with them.
Yeah.
In a timely manner.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't think anybody wants to hold up anything, but we don't want to go forward if we have a problem.
Right. I agree. That's all I ask.
So I think we should direct, my opinion is we direct Pat Hughes to look into the issues that Diane has brought forward.
And what about all the other ones? Should I just go visit Pat and give him all this information? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'd like to see him too, I mean.
I think you'd have to do that in a commission setting,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
He's represents the board.
Right.
Right. Oh, yeah, right.
And we can do that, we can do that in a special meeting. And that's my opinion.
No, I agree. I mean, we voted on things a lot of times, and
yes.
attorneys said, no, you can't do that. And so it comes down to their opinion, what we do a lot of times.
Randy, I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying, recognizing that there are questions, why can't we examine them thoroughly?
And I think we should, but we need to do that in a commission setting with Pat sitting here. And so I would direct the clerk to see when Pat would be available to meet with us.
So I guess that's a no, right? No moratorium, no moratorium to take time and do this?
I'm not in a position to vote on that.
Why?
It's up to you, Randy.
Yeah.
You're not in a position?
I'm not comfortable with being one-sided against anything.
You said anything was one-sided.
I'm comfortable to find the answer, and if there's a violation, we'll work on it, we'll fix it.
Who said it was one-sided? I said for both sides several times.
Okay, I think we've got direction.
I think you're just being...
The majority of the commission wants to meet in special session with Pat Hughes to discuss any potential violations or discrepancies or exceptions or anything that could possibly cause us a problem.
Well, you
going
find
forward.
them then and you present them to him. Do some homework. Go ahead.
You made your comments, okay. All right. We're ready to move on then to open session. And so if you have any issues in regard specifically right now to Article 27, I'd ask you to stand, state your name, and we will give you an opportunity. Okay, Nancy.
I'm Nancy Tharp, and I'm a landowner, and we are in favor of the wind farm. I'll just say that now, so we don't have to think. But I hope that it's a non-biased look at the Article 27. Prior to signing the contract, I feel like I got my back here. Prior to the signing of the contract, gave that Article 27 great scrutiny. Yeah, great scrutiny. I read it very, very closely. I probably kept that contract as long as I felt I could because I didn't know how this whole wind farm would be governed. And I read it and read it and read it because for those of you that were at the one meeting, our grandchildren are 7th generation. We have no intentions of moving, but I also want Marion and other towns to be more than the grain bins by the old dusty road, because I see it kind of heading that way for our grandchildren. And shake your heads, that's fine by me, but I don't want it being a marijuana community either, because I really value our youngsters' brains. So anyway, that's enough said about that, because I've got an opinion there too. But anyway, I would like it to be a fair look over. And I really appreciate both of you saying, let's sit on the fence. I'm a sit on the fence kind of gal, looking at this side and this side. I don't see you as being a fair-minded gal. I saw you come in and blast these two with papers that I really felt like you could have given to these two ahead of time. Even if you slid the papers and said, partner chairmen, partner commissioners, I've got some papers here that are really interesting. And this might seem like I'm gonna be really coming forth with this really fast, but I've been working really hard and fast on this, but I'm still pushing for a moratorium. As you know, I probably will, but I didn't see it that way. I saw it as a steamroller, moratorium, let's go. And that's how I'm seeing it. It's a moratorium at no cost, I'm going after it. And I'm just really thankful that you're looking at this over. And if there are some issues here, I feel like we need to work them out, and that's fine with me for the longevity of the thing. But I think that this business of let's halt this windmill at a wind farm at all cost. I've been reading the college research papers. I've been looking and looking and looking. I've been studying, just like many of all of you do. But I really am concerned that for all of these problems that we so seem to be having, we've talked around with people, and it is an issue, but one thing is for certain. We have to be amicable with our neighbors. We have to respect our neighbors. Even if a neighbor has a 5-acre plot of ground or a neighbor has 1,000 acres of ground. We all deserve to own what we own, but we all need to say, okay, so you have got that dump truck that I absolutely hate and it stinks and I don't like it, but we all have to understand that we have to get along. Whether it's a wind farm that's gonna help pay for your rock roads and it's gonna help pay for your grandkids' education, whether you shop in town or whether you shop out of town or work out of town, I will say we have to get along, and that's a fact.
I'd like to respond to you.
Yes, ma'am, please do.
Only on your comment where you don't see that I don't know what you said, biased or something, because I'm asking for a moratorium.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm asking for a moratorium, and you didn't even, and I will tell you, first off, I was in a hurry because he had to leave.
Yes, ma'am.
And these were legal things, and I was gonna have him answer some questions for me, but he's in a hurry, Randy has to leave, so I was pushed in here to go real fast, okay? I didn't plan it that way. Secondly, I specifically said several times on both sides, because these articles apply to both sides, okay? So, and I'm always faced with the situation to where they don't do the homework like I do. I mean, I go to the outer limits of doing the homework to get all the facts and details, okay? And,
why is he president then and you're not?
I'm sorry?
Why is he president and you're not?
Simply because of rotation. He didn't earn it. We do a rotation. I was chairman last year. It's his turn this year. Next year will probably be one of the 5.
I will state this, so Commissioner Novak, you do not know how much research Randy or I does. You do not know that, and so I would appreciate it if you would keep that equation out of it.
Well, since I asked you, sir, if you looked at the other articles and you did tell me no, that's where I came up with that.
Look at your agenda. It says Article 27 discussion. That is what that's what I've been studying. Article 27. If you wanted Article 31, if you wanted Article 11, if you wanted Article 12, it should have been in the agenda that way.
If you read Article 27, all those are in there.
Well,
So,
I
but anyway,
have read
I
all
just
of
want to
these.
say, I was not in any rush for any particular reason, only because of the way the people, our pertinent people have to leave.
Well, and I see all these hands going, get him, get him, get him. And all I know, yes, I do. I'm sitting right back here, and that is exactly what I'm seeing. Get him, get him, get him again. And I'm seeing it at the meetings, and all I'm saying is that, we can get along with one another, even if we do have extra money from these wind farms coming in. I see it as people with the Hillsborough community, they're receiving their incentive money. They're put up with the northern wind farm money. It's kind of put up with this wind farm money. They are seeing some of those monies now. Well, Marion isn't seeing any money. The Marion Florence district, they aren't seeing any money, are they? Am I wrong?
No,
nope.
Marion's not seeing any money.
Okay, well, so I'm seeing all
Marion
these other
County.
people getting their piece of the money, and we're not seeing any money, and I'm thinking, well, it'd be nice if we could have a tad bit of, what's the name of the people that have that one? It was what,
NL.
Diamond.
NL.
NL, and they're big. They're all over the world. I've looked at that and I'm thinking how exciting. I'm glad that, that they're doing this and they're able to help with the money that they are affording for Hillsborough and other places. But gee, I'd like for our Mary and Florence school, and actually what they're telling us, because we talk with the people directly, the ones now, and they're actually planning on for money to go to all of them. I'm thinking, oh, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I will just say one other thing, that there was a gentleman at one of our meetings a week or two or three ago that said, if it's a good deal today, it's a good deal next year, it's a good deal the year after. And I agree with that. I'm simply saying, I want time to make sure we as a county are doing it right.
Yes, ma'am.
Because 9 chances out of 10, we're gonna get sued no matter which way we go, and we need to make sure that at least we're doing it right.
Well,
That's
I
not
would
gonna
like
present a
for
lawsuit,
it to
but
be
it's going to-
a non-biased, maybe not a moratorium, but maybe let's take a non-biased approach.
What way do you say non-biased? Because I don't consider myself
Well,
biased
because I see you
at
as
all.
biased, but you know what, we don't have to get into that here. Because
Well-
I see all the cheerleaders, but I've said that already.
Well, yeah, but that's
But I
not
do
me.
want one more thing to say, and I will keep it short, because I know some other people probably want to talk. Agriculture is a huge, like 27% part of this county. And Marion and Hillsborough, Florence, the area needs agriculture's money. And we need to spend it in these places, and we all do. We don't spend it at Newton at the stores, and we don't go to Wichita and spend it. We do some, but we spend it at the co-ops, and we spend it all around here, just like we at Horseshoe Ranch spend it. I mean, we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars right here, and we aren't all that big. So anyway, that's something to keep in mind. You need to think about, we need agriculture, and we need it, think about, let's not having 27%. And we need it pretty soon, because cattle and grain, we are taking it into shorts at the moment.
I guess I'm not. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Someone else have anything on Article 27? Okay,
I'll just
then,
add that we have put in open records requests for most of the information that you were requesting in your meeting. That has already been done.
Okay.
It is to the point now where people are not even being able to access their own personal records on their personal property without having to sign a piece of paper with a disclosure at the bottom. I guess my question and concern on that is the disclosure on the bottom. What kind of articles and open record documents does the county anticipate needing to alter or change that they feel the need to include a disclaimer on the bottom of an open records request?
What does it say?
can you
Mary,
address that?
do you have a
Give me-
copy of the disclaimer?
I think Tina,
Are you you're using the county form, Sharon? Yeah.
Disclaimer, Marion County makes no representations of any kind, including but not limited to warranties, mechanability or fitness of particular use, nor any such warranties to be implied with respect to the information or digital data furnished herein. The information or digital data is released on an as-is basis and is subject to change without notice. In no event shall Marion County nor its employees, officers, or agents become liable to users of this data or to any other party for any loss or damages, including but not limited to time, money, goodwill arising from the use, operation, modification of the data. In using this data, users further agree to indemnify, defend, and hold harmless Marion County and its employees, officers, or agents for any and all liability of any nature arising out of any resulting from the lack of accuracy or correctness of the data.
So
Why
what
would
that-
Open Records
what-
Act need to have a disclosure?
let Tina address that, please.
Okay, so what that document is saying is that the information we're providing is what the information is. We are not saying that you can use that in lieu of title insurance or any other thing on your property. So you're using it at your own risk. That's what the disclaimer is for. It's not saying that we're changing it. There are times when some information is not open and that has to be
Would
redacted.
rewording of it maybe
That's if
appropriate?
you guys do it. I mean, the disclaimer is talking about the person that's requesting the record, and that we're not making any statements about, we're providing the data as is, and if somebody has modified it after the fact, the county is not liable. If they
And
took
then
it
can we
and used it for
explain-
something or used it out of context.
Can we explain why people are not able to access their own personal record, their personal properties files?
I think that right now, the planning and zoning department is so overloaded that any record request is just being asked to be put on paper so that we can get to it when we have time, would be my answer to that, because they don't have enough personnel there
Is
to
that correct? That's correct, isn't
immediately
it,
do
Sharon?
it.
That is correct, yeah. We've had several people in the office and are trying to pull all those planning commission books out and everything and trying to look through them. We've just been overwhelmed with people in the office. I don't want any of the records to end up missing or anything like that. And part of that request is that, I mean, isn't it typical in your office as well, Tina, that you would have them fill out the open records request?
Yes.
And that staff would get the
That's
documents
correct.
for them?
That's correct. Then we have 3 business days to provide the record or to contact the requester and say when we think the record is available, if we're not able to do it within the 3 days, so.
Okay, any other comments on Article 27?
Has that anything to do with the wind farm? Or-
Is it in regard to Article 27? If not,
It
we'll
is.
get to that
Well, everything.
in open session.
Okay.
Yeah.
To that.
Okay. Any other in that specific regard
I
before
don't
we
know what
move
Article
on?
27 says, so I don't
Okay.
know. I'm not.
Well, it has to do with land use. It's all about land use and the wind farms and the rules, the regulations, the guidelines and everything. Not just wind farms, but projects.
Sorry, I got
Yes.
here late, so I don't know. I didn't hear the first part of the conversation.
Okay, if not, we'll open it up to other comments. So Joel, do you have something?
Yeah. I wrote it down so I don't forget anything, so I don't ramble anyone.
You might stand up so we can, maybe the volume will be a little better.
As I'm sure everyone in this room knows, Expedition Wind LLC is proposing to build a wind farm in the southern portion of Marion County. This proposed wind farm is in the area where my wife, Dawn, and I live. We have read newspaper accounts of recent county commission meetings, and it is reported that there have been repeated requests for a moratorium on wind farm expansion in Marion County. We believe that everyone has a right to express their opinions. However, it is noted that most of those requests for a moratorium come from those who do not even live within the footprint of the proposed Expedition Wind Farm. We strongly urge the County Commission to resist such efforts to impose such a moratorium. We believe the purpose of asking for a moratorium by those who are opposed to the wind farm is really an effort to de-energize, demoralize, and ultimately to defeat National Renewable Solutions' efforts to build a wind farm. Several weeks ago at a public hearing, each commissioner was presented with a thick notebook of facts and the results of numerous studies showing the viability and safety of electric wind energy production. Those opposed to the wind farm have also been given time to present facts in opposition to the wind farm. Both facts and opinions have been presented at the aforementioned public hearing and during the time for public comment at the close of each commission meeting. Several weeks ago, the County Commission entertained a motion to place a moratorium on the proposed wind farm to allow time to gather more facts. How much more time do we need? Thankfully, this motion died for lack of second because in our county there is a system which provides for the planning, zoning, and reclassification of allowable use of property within the county. This Thursday evening, the Marion County Planning and Zoning Board will hold a public hearing regarding the conditional use permit for Expedition Wind and for those landowners from whom Expedition has leased property for a wind farm. Those in favor and those opposed to the wind farm will have the opportunity to present facts for their cause to the board. And the board consultant has advised them that they must consider only facts and not personal opinions when making their decision. When the board has heard all the facts, they will then deliberate the merits of the wind farm. The board will then make a recommendation to you, the County Commission, whether to approve the conditional use permit for building the Expedition Wind Farm. My wife and I both urge you to allow the system to work. If you were to impose such a moratorium, discussion could likely go on for months, possibly even years, and still no consensus could be reached within our community. In fact, this opportunity for economic development would assuredly slip away, and with it would go all the benefits which this opportunity presents. Please allow the system to work as it was designed so that NRS and Expedition Wind will have a clear direction of how to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, comment?
Let me comment. Pat Pellstring from National Renewable Solutions. Joel, thank you for that comment. I think Joel's comment is, don't give us a maybe or someday, give us a yes or no. And this last week, we spent considerable time with Sharon and Pat Hughes and worked through your WEX, both 21 and 7, I can't remember the numbers, but we went through those in detail. And at their request, we agreed to withdraw our current SU or CUP and submit a follow-up CUP with additional information, which we think will be substantially close to what you get on a construction when you're ready to pull a construction permit. We compared our original CUP against Diamond Vista's. It was very comparable. But we thought it was important, I think as you're saying, Diane, to make sure it's done right.
Yes.
That's exactly where we are. We're ready to resubmit and move through that process, over the next 30 days. We understand that there are some issues here that need to be resolved, and we think they should be resolved. We think as soon as we can understand what they all are, we'll all be better off, in terms of if you've got additional issues, we've got resources to, help run that down. You've got very competent counsel, 2 very competent counsel. I'm sure in a relatively short time, you can get to those answers. So, we continue in our active pursuit of trying to bring economic development to Marion County. In fact, we just got an economic report, and I'm going to save some thunder for the future, but the numbers are quite a bit more than I had originally estimated. And it was run by people at Wichita State and Fort Hays. So we're doing the right things, exactly what you asked. And we'll be here with a CUP as soon as you're willing to let us move forward and have that examined.
And Pat, I want to thank you for those comments, because in regard to what you said, I agree to do it right. So you would do the same thing if you found an error for something you overlooked or whatever in your proposal or something. You would probably try to get it fixed before you proceeded. That's all I'm saying here now. And as far as being biased, as I'm being told that I am, I have not, I'm just staying right out of it, and I go to the paperwork and the documents and things like that. I have not met privately with anybody or anything like that. I'm going strictly by what we have. I'm just studying it, researching it to make sure that it's done right. We're being threatened to be sued by all sides. And
you're not being threatened by NRS at all.
Oh, well, that one day when your attorney, Ms. Bolt, when we had first mentioned about a moratorium, she did mention that, well, you want to think that over again because you wouldn't want to be sued. So she didn't necessarily say you were. I mean, it was just an option that she was throwing out. I did take it all to heart.
I think like everybody, we all want to do this right. And I think that was her way of saying, well, we're not sure that we agree with that.
And as well as I do, a moratorium, whether it's a 3-month, 60-day, 90-day, 6-month, that's not an end-all. That's just a little bit of time. And I don't understand why the opposition for time to, everything I'm doing here, I'm doing on the rush.
There are
horrible
decisions being made in the marketplace right now on who's going to be given power purchase agreements. And the longer you're not prepared and aren't proceeding in your process, the more that puts you at risk. And so when you suggest a moratorium of 60, 90, 120 days, at the end of 120 days, those contracts may have been awarded to somebody else. And that's the risk that we would face if we go to a moratorium. What you've allowed on a going forward basis now makes sense, because we're going to present you with even a better plan than what you asked for originally. We're going to have a public hearing, and I'm sure everybody in this room and many more will be there to make their comments. We'll make our case. You've got 5 very qualified people on the commission. They can make a decision, make a recommendation.
3 right now.
Wait till November. I'm talking about the planning and zoning. Oh, 9, that's right. So you've got a lot of good representation to give you some advice. But let's get there. Let's get the plan on the table in front of you, something that everybody can take a look at, something that not everybody will like. But I think at that stage you can make a good evaluation. And that's really what we're looking for. So Diane, I do disagree that a moratorium is just a delay factor. And that holds the project off into the future. And if it was 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, there is no project. And that I see as a tactic.
But,
in many cases.
and I'm sorry that you feel that way about it, because as a commissioner, my responsibility is to take care of all the taxpayers and to look out for everybody's, to the betterment of the county. So I have to look at every detail. I'd be amiss if I didn't. I'd be actually not doing my job if I didn't. And when you do I don't care if it's a hog farm. If I want to put a hog farm down there, I'd have people protesting and stuff, and so they would also want it done right. So, I mean, we have regulations and stuff that need to be met and followed. And when I find errors, it's only right to bring them up and get them fixed.
And a moratorium doesn't put you in a position to really evaluate the project. That's my concern. If you're in the midst of a moratorium, you're looking at theoretical issues. You're not looking at a wind farm in the expedition footprint. You're covering something that could go anywhere in the county. And so you're not really moving the process along. You're standing above that in your regulations.
I guess so. We'll have to agree to disagree on that.
We will disagree.
We'll disagree on that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Marsh?
Yeah, I just might point out, when you think of it, you're talking about time frame, and obviously the wind company is hurriedly wanting to get this done because of the production tax credits that are set to expire at the end of the year, just for the record, sir. And then what happens on that, when you're saying 3 months or 6 months versus towers that could be up for 100 years, I mean, you're gonna have to give me a break on that one. So when Mr. Potter says what he does, I wouldn't agree with it. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Pale Street, that's Potter.
Anyone else?
This thing has been going on for 15 years. It's not like it's just the last year.
And that's part of the problem. But thank you for mentioning that.
I would like to see a total, just a split right now between county zoning regulations. Yes, it pertains to the wind farm. However, we need to have our zoning regulations taken care of properly and legally before we implement a wind farm, another one, into our county. As a resident within the proposed boundaries, sir, I am requesting a moratorium for my protections.
Okay, anyone else?
I would just, Tom Brennan, I'd just like to say there's more important things than money.
Anyone else before we, Nancy?
I'll just add one thing to his comment to that, is that it depends on if it's your business. We're not making money off of wind, but we need to get our pastures and things like that paid for. And we need to, like I said before, we want to continue being here, making the money, and keeping the wheels turning. And in turn it helps.
On the plan on having windmills?
No, but it helps make the wheels.
Did you plan on it ahead of time? That's all I want to know.
No, don't interrupt.
You're not,
I'll let you talk.
you aren't gonna corner me. You can try.
Is there something you wanted to say, Charles? Anyone else? Okay, we appreciate.
I need to clear the record for one thing. I'm not one side or the other, but the fact over here saying that you bulldogged it through. I've seen Joel here on your behalf week after week, but I've seen a few of these other heads that are against it. So if you could, I mean, this is a community thing. We all need to come together. And I know you're for one side, they're for another. To see your faces here to help Joel week after week would be beneficial. And that's where all this moratorium has been coming from. So without the numbers on one side versus the other, it's gonna happen. So that's all.
Yeah, I suppose I would probably like to say one thing. Just to speak in Amy's behalf, I can really understand after it was explained to me by somebody else, you know, why she really would be upset about the whole project. Because it was when she applied for her permit to build her house, it wasn't more than about 30 or 60 days after that when the wind energy decided to put up a wind farm in her front and backyard. Well, after she had already started on her house, it just doesn't seem fair to say, yeah, it's okay for somebody to build a $500,000 house for us to collect real estate taxes on, and then right after that say, oh, we're going to have a wind farm right beside also. I mean, I can certainly see where she would be upset about something like that. Something we all got to kind of think about.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, I don't.
Anyone else out in the hallway that wants to say anything? Okay. If not, I'm gonna make a motion that we adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.